Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test mic check. Streaming audio tests 1 2 3. YouTube tests 1 2 3. Yep, it's working. Test 1 2. Second test. Second test. Audio test. YouTube 1 2 3. Third test. Third test. YouTube. Online streaming test 1 2 3. Final test 1 2 3. Audio test 1 2 3. Test 1, 2.
All right, folks, if we can all come in and grab our seats, we're about ready to start the show.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started. So if y'all would come on and grab your seats, and we'll get the show going. All right, well, welcome to Denver, everybody, and welcome to the 20th annual Chasercon. We're excited to have everybody with us for this 20th anniversary. First thing I'd like to do, first of all, is go over a few of the housekeeping items. If you look on your tables, everybody in every table should have one of these little cards on it. And basically what that is it's a list of items that they're going to have for us for lunch. That'll be over in the lounge area. We are taking a little bit shorter lunch this year than we normally do, and the reason for that is we've actually added one other speaker to today's agenda in order for us to really cover all the things that we'd like to, and so I hope you all don't mind having just a hair shorter lunchtime. May not be a lot of time to go running off somewhere, but certainly if you like their box lunches, which they have some pretty good sandwiches and wraps and things like that, they'll have them available here. First of all, I'd like to welcome you all and thank you all for coming to Chasercon again this year. And I see a lot of familiar faces and a lot of new faces this year as well. So thank you for those who have never been here before, and for all of our returning guests as well. I want to thank all the folks behind the scene. First of all, I do the easy part. All I do is try to organize the speakers and get the facility for us to have Chasercon off. But the person behind the scene who does really all the work is my lovely wife, Caryn, in the back of the room here, who handles all the administrative side and does the real tough part. I would also like to thank the guys from SevereStudios, Brian Davidson, Mark Farnick, and SevereStudios for running all of our sound and computers and everything, and also for AllisonHouse for sponsoring the stream this year again. We really appreciate that. And how can folks get to the stream, Brian?
They can go to the SevereStudios YouTube page, and we are streaming live there. And we posted a link on the Chasercon Facebook page as well.
Great. SevereStudios Facebook page, and they're streaming live from there. And also there's a link on the Chasercon Facebook page. All right. Before we really get into things, this has been a really kind of tough last year in the Chaser community. As we know, we've lost a few new folks, and over this last decade, we've had a lot more tragedies than we'd like to have. That's for sure. Any tragedy is a bad one, and I'd just like to take a moment of silence and to remember all those fallen comrades that we've had over this last decade or so. So. All right, thank you, folks. What else, Caryn? What else do I need to talk about here? Your name badges? Yes, thank you. Please wear your name badge while you're in the facility here. We do check and make sure that everybody who's in here does have a name badge and so forth. And when we get to the banquet meal tonight, which we have the illustrious Tim Marshall as our keynote speaker this evening, we will definitely ask you to wear yours. And also, everybody should have gotten a raffle ticket, a blue raffle ticket, when you came and checked in the door. Make sure you hang on to those, because we're going to be giving away prizes throughout the entire convention, with the grand prize coming this evening. That'll be from a different set of tickets from Barron Services and Cliff Wyndham. Okay, as you've seen our agenda this year, we've done things a little bit different, and from talking to folks and those who've responded back to some of the questionnaires we've done over the years, you all have just kind of letting us know that you'd like to get more hands-on stuff, and so that's why we kind of doing things a little bit different this year and having a lot more interaction from you all with some of the speakers and topics that we're going to talk about. And the first one that we have up for this morning is what we are calling our vendor panel. And what we've done is we've invited any of our vendors, whether it be Barron or Safelite Auto. We have Safelite Autoglass this year, and I can't wait till you hear what they have to say. You're going to like it. to AllisonHouse and Lightning Trigger. I don't see Rich in here yet. And Tim Vasquez from Weather Graphics and such. We got a lot of folks that are going to come up and talk about their goodies that you can purchase. And absolutely, by all means, please visit all of our vendors that we have in here. But if I could get the folks from the vendor panel to come on up here, what we're going to do is we're going to let each one of them give them a 5-minute talk. Let them talk about what they offer and so forth. And excuse me, I'm just trying to get over the crud that everybody's had this year as well. And then after everybody gets done talking, then we're going to open it up for a discussion for anybody who would like to ask any questions to them about their products and how they help. And then after we're done with our vendor panel, our first speaker is James Breitenbach, who James actually is he's one of my tour guides, believe it or not, and related to me as well. But James is a brilliant person when it comes to rigging up vehicles for chasing and such. He used to run an electronic shop, and didn't you outfit with a WWW TV? Okay, out of Topeka, their chase vehicles and such. So he's gonna talk to us about that. So first of all, first vendor, come on up here, and we'll give you the microphone, and the floor will be yours.
Hi, I'm Ryan Hickman. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of AllisonHouse, and if you're not familiar with AllisonHouse, what we do is provide radar and lightning data for any of your applications, radar scope, Gibson Ridge software, any application you choose. We stand to be a reliable data provider for while you're in the field. Sometimes the National Weather Service servers get a little bogged down during the events, and AllisonHouse is a way around that by using us. You are getting data through a satellite. We acquire our data through the satellite and then transmit it to you through the internet using, like I said, Gibson Ridge software or radar scope or Pickle. We offer a number of data feeds such as the mesoscale discussions, the SPC outlooks, all the model data that you could want to look at. AllisonHouse has processed it, got it ready for you to display in your application, and help you forecast for the big day. So that's about it for AllisonHouse. We don't have a 5-minute spiel, but we have all the data you could want. You should come stop by, see what we have to offer. We have 2 screens up that will be displaying our data on and showing you how to use the data in different applications. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next person, come on up. You want to come up, Cliff? I've been asked if y'all would stick a couple steps forward and kind of up in this area when you talk.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to see you again. Been here several years running, and always happy to see all old friends and some new friends here as we go along. I'm Cliff Wyndham, Manager of Public Safety Solutions for Barron Services, Inc., and our company was oddly enough started by a tornado in 1989. F4 went through Huntsville, killed about 30 people, injured hundreds, and damaged millions of dollars in property. And the founder of the company, Bob Barron, was a TV meteorologist at the time, and within a few months after that 1989 tornado, he started our company because there was no Doppler radar presence in the National Weather Service to speak of at that time. So he started doing whatever he could to make America safer, and the rest of it is history, because now we're doing business all over the country. We're in a lot of broadcast TV stations, and we're also build full-blown Doppler radars with towers and so forth, and we're doing business around the world now, putting up radar systems and installing display and data technology for foreign governments. So it's an exciting time to be in the weather business, and we're proud to have you folks as customers on our public safety end, and I'm here showing you 2 different products. The Baron ThreatNet is our newest product. It's a web-based product that has lots of very nice high-resolution features. In fact, I just counted them up, make sure I was correct on the current total. 52 total features and 19 exclusive features. So the way we process some of the data is exclusive. You'll only get it from us. If you have a minute, you want to come by and take a look at it, I'd be happy to show it to you. It'll run on anything from an iPad on up, plus there's a free companion app you can get for your smartphone with each subscription. And then our mainstay product has always been one the chasers love, which is Mobile ThreatNet, which is XM satellite radio delivered. And a number of you have that product. And it really does make a difference out in the field when you don't have decent internet connection, or maybe the connection is really slow. And so many chasers have testified to me that, hey, it saved me. I got better coverage of the storm, and I was safer as a result of having that technology out there because it gets the signal direct from the satellite, and so you don't have to worry about having data disruptions because of spotty internet coverage. Just a tiny little antenna and receiver is all you need to make that work. Be happy to show you that too. We're offering a $100 discount if you decide you want to buy one of those. And the good thing people don't realize is that you don't have to sign up for like a contract on that for a year subscription or anything. You can go month to month with that data and go as low as $49 a month. And so a lot of chasers do that, 6 months on, 6 months off, just when they need it. And in fact, I have a lot of European storm chasers that buy a whole mobile ThreatNet system, come over here, activate it for 1 month, chase, and then deactivate it and go back home until next year. Got a guy from England coming over in May to pick up a system directly from our office and have it installed on his computer, and then he's going to go chasing. So that's how flexible it is and how powerful it is, and people realize that it's about the only game in town when you want continuously updated weather data. That's basically my spiel in a nutshell. Be happy to answer any questions later or come by the booth, and I'd be happy to talk to you then. And we thank you for everything that you do out in the field to help inform the public of what's going on during the severe weather, because there's nothing better than a pair of eyes on the ground to report what you're seeing. And we thank you, and please be safe out there. Bye-bye.
Great. Thank you, Cliff. All right. Our next person. Safe Light Auto Glass.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Carol Huber. Me and my husband, Michael, have been storm chasing for about 3 years now. I started up with Safe Light, and my husband looked at me and says, what's better to put with glass than with storm chasing? So I'm here to talk to you and offer you, my boss has given us the okay to go ahead and give you guys commercial discounts. So if you want to see us at the back, I will give you all the information some of you have already talked to, but we will get you commercial discounts from now on. All your glass needs, we will come out to you. We will make sure that you are safe and you are on your way to your next storm chase. Along with that, I am proudly serving Freedom Service Dogs. It is an organization here in Colorado. It serves not only children, adults, but veterans. Veterans with PTSD. Veterans with special needs, kids with autism. This service is totally at no cost to these people. They get a dog for life. These dogs, not only do they help the children, they keep them from anxiety, whether they're having a seizure, they're opening doors, they're calling for help. They're helping all of these people at absolutely no cost. We're doing raffles. We're asking you, please just come back, get to know me, get to know them. You can buy a ticket. You are doing some really great raffles tonight and again tomorrow morning. These baskets are amazing, and they're everything that you guys need for your storm chasing. Also, you guys can spin the wheel and get some really good gifts. If you guys have any questions, please ask or just stop back at the office, back right there. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. All right. Our next gentleman, Tim Vasquez from Weather Graphics.
Hi, good morning, everybody. It's hard to believe it's been like 18 years since we were at that place on the west side. Was that Holiday Inn? Man, that was... Anyway, yeah, I'm 18 years older, and I'm still doing the same old work, digital atmosphere, and my books, of course, that a lot of you are probably familiar with. Digital atmosphere, I am still working on that, and in fact, about 3 days ago, I finished a cross-section analysis, and actually that's still underway, and you can actually use not model data, but actually METAR and synoptic and upper air, and it'll generate cross-sections of weather anywhere in the U.S. and that kind of thing. Also, the books, I finished Instability, Instability Scutee Photograph Handbook, and I don't have too many copies of that back there, so that is going to sell out quick. I've got my other books back there, and of course I'm doing a YouTube channel at youtube.com/TimWXX. So check that out if you want to learn a bit about forecasting. Any questions? Okay, feel free to drop by my table. Thanks.
All right, our next gentleman, Matt. You'll get to know Matt a lot better tomorrow because he's one of our speakers.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, Greensburg, Kansas had a little bit of a windstorm here a while back. And I got to be one of the lucky ones to get in the basement, and I was holding on to my Dalmatian dog as the tornado sucked the roof off of us in the house. And I had county administration experience, so I got stuck being the volunteer coordinator for 3 years. And it was probably the best 3 years of my life. I had a problem. I couldn't take the job unless my dog went to work with me every day. And I don't know how many of you know the story of Molly, but she traveled with me to 12 different disaster sites around the United States. And she was in a documentary movie of survivors and heroes from around the country. And she got invited to go to the Tribeca Film Festival in New York City before I got my invitation. My invitation came 3 days later in the mail. It didn't piss me off. They just did it on purpose. I know they did. So I wrote a book called Molly and the Tornado, and it's a crossover book that grandpa or grandma or you as a storm chaser read to your kid or your community in your class, and it shares a wonderful, warm story, and in the back of the book are storm safety tips. And the book is now put in the family safe bag when they go into the basement because the little girl will go, I got the book. When you repair the social fabric of a community after it's been annihilated, you got to figure out a way to do it. A community in Groesbeck, Texas, sent 240 wooden stars to Greensburg at Christmas time. The kids painted the stars and put them where their house used to be as Christmas lights. As of today, there are 83,000 of these wooden stars around the world. And this story kind of highlights how you repair the social fabric and pay it forward in life. I met some interesting people while I was going through the recovery process. I've been all over the world talking to audiences, not like you guys. I'm so excited to be here because if I slip up and say a cuss word, I'm not going to get, docked for it, I don't think. I wanted to write about 5 to 9 people that really made a difference when they came to Greensburg, and then it opened up their eyes, and they went somewhere else, either around the world, around the country, or back to their hometown. This book was just printed on Wednesday, and I have a limited number available. It's called Volunteer: The Path to Healing, Finding Purpose When Disaster Strikes. And I start the chapter out, and then the person that I wrote about finishes their own chapter. Dr. Gary Morsch, Heart to Heart International. Dwayne West was the prosecuting attorney for the Clutter case in Cold Blood. He and his wife gave 165 pieces of art to the community of Greensburg. And there's various stories that people went to the Peace Corps. And the last chapter in the book is the Pulse nightclub manager's story about how he healed by having the Stars of Hope come to his community, and now he travels around the world. Today he is in San Bernardino, California. I just spent 3 days out there talking to school kids that lost family members and parents, and Josh is en route right now today to go back to Florida to take Stars to the folks down in Florida that had the big event here just 3 days ago. When you live in a government-issued FEMA trailer, it was the first new house I ever had. That's funny. And I'm not going to tell you how many women I slept with that first month after the tornado because we were all in a gymnasium. My liver was kind of telling me I needed to slow down a little bit. So I used to be in the restaurant business. I'm almost done. And I needed a hobby. So I started playing with seasonings. And I don't know how many of you ever heard of duck salt, but I looked like a crack dealer running through the trailer park handing out my little samples. And we finally got it dialed in. And one kid said, "What are you going to call it?" And another kid said, "Well, my dad says you could call it duck salt because it's handy like duct tape and it fixes all my mom's food problems." And this will never be in a Walmart because I don't want it to be in a Walmart. This will never be in a huge chain store because that's not what it's about. It's about small town America that came to help Greensburg, and that's what I want to do. So I sell it to 4-H kids, FFA teams, high school debate clubs, and then they sell it as a fundraiser so they can make money to go help another disaster site. It was voted #1 seasoning in the world by my mom. And then she died, so I can't take it back. I have a limited number of bottles over there. I'm doing a package deal on the books for $30, and they retail in stores for $24 each. So if you want a package of books to take with you home, if you're a storm chaser and want to buy a lot of books to hand out to your clients as they come on board, we'll negotiate a deal. I'm over in the corner. I've got some stuff from Greensburg, and I hope nobody goes through what I've been through. But thank you for what you guys do.
Thanks, man. All right, our next gentleman, Tom Dolan.
Oh, and I'm the only booth that has Germex hand sanitizer.
Good morning, Chasers. I've updated my latest manual. It's kind of a cookbook for doing 3D analysis of storms. So I put it in last year's presentation slides. So it's now 100 pages. There's a practice DVD in the back with 20 different storms. So if you want to come back, chat, and take a look at how to do 3D analysis, I used AllisonHouse's product for getting my data in the field. And data is about 10 minutes behind when you're doing 3D analysis work, but it's kind of fun to see what the storm's doing. So I give you lots of tips and tricks on how to do it. All right, thanks.
All right, thanks, Tom. All right, David Mayhew. Can't wait to his talk this afternoon.
I can't wait to get it done with. Hi, I'm David Mayhew. I'm a skyscape photographer. You may have missed the small photographs in the corner over there. I'm going to be doing the 3 o'clock talk, tips and tricks on how to photograph severe weather. So hopefully I have some insights for all of you. And I also have a book, so shameless plug. This is available on Amazon and all local bookstores, but I also have signed copies over here if you're interested. That's my 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, now if I could get all the vendors who just talked to come back up here to the front. Come on up, don't be bashful. All right, folks, this is your time. If you all have any questions you'd like to ask any of these vendors about their products and such, now's the time to do it. Anybody, come on, folks, you got to have some questions.
You get Germex if you ask.
Just a question for Allison House. At one time, I heard that you were going to put an EDEC server together. Did you do that? And yeah. No. Oh, it's EDEC. Still working on that. We're looking into that. But that is still part of the plan to get that up probably later this year. Okay.
All right, who else? All right, Doug.
This one's for Allison House too. If you get the level 2 data plan, is there any discount to get level 3 if you also have the software package?
Well, we actually updated our packages last year, so now the Storm Chaser package includes level 2 data. So for $11.99, you can get level 2 and level 3 radar along with our Networks Lightning and the new Ghost 16 geostationary lightning mapper. We also have that data fed into, and
Okay, over here.
This question is for Cliff. If you've signed up for the $99 subscription package and you deactivate, can you, when you reactivate, can you go on to the $49 subscription and vice versa? Okay.
Okay, other folks? Yep.
This is for AllisonHouse. Do you guys do the same thing, Baron, as far as month to month, or is yours 6 months, 1 year package?
No, ours is month to month. If you choose to do a year in advance, by year in advance, you get a month free. But it is month to month, no contract, cancel anytime.
Okay. All right, other questions? All right, y'all got to have some more questions here. Nope, back here. All right.
Hey, this is for the Safe Light. If I'm out in the middle of Nebraska and I have a bashed-in window, is it easy to have you guys come out and repair a window? Okay, because I'm on my 6th windshield, so okay.
Yeah, another Safe Light question. We were talking about the windshield repair. You guys can just do that at the field, or so. Now, this is an obvious question, but you know, obviously, more dense population, you're going to respond quicker. What is your? Do you have a guaranteed time of response based on, you know, you can give us? Like, is it any more than 2 hours, 3 hours? Obviously, just to come out, obviously you got to order the windshield and everything else. I understand all that, but you know, it's like Auto Club. Do I go through Auto Club to get through you to you, or? All right, well, thank you, yeah.
Well, I got to get a shameless plug for SafeLight too, because I use SafeLight all the time with our tour vans. Anytime we break a windshield or a side window or something like that, you all have been quite responsive, and we definitely appreciate it. And
so they'll come out like the commercial?
What's that?
You'll come out like in the commercial, like their kids are playing basketball and they're out in the parking lot. So we're filming the tornado, and you're going to be out there working on it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Other questions? Yep.
Thank you. I have a question for David, I think. So I wonder if you could describe the process of your printing.
Yeah, I print on aluminum. It's basically what I call infused aluminum. You print on a sheet that goes on top of the metal in a high heat press. I think it's 400 degrees Fahrenheit. The inks turn to a gas, penetrate the metal, and re-solidify. So it's baked into the metal. Super glossy, gives good reflections, vibrant colors. It kind of duplicates the natural light that you see out in the field. So sunsets and those sort of things really pop on that metal. Gives that feeling of depth too.
It's beautiful. Thank you.
Beautiful, isn't it? Okay. Other questions? You have a question? Okay.
No question, but I didn't want to pass this by you without mentioning it to you. If you come by, I can tell you how, if you want to try for 14 days, you can try a free trial of our new web-based product with the companion app for your smartphone, and I'll tell you how to sign up for that. It's totally free, no obligation. Just thought I'd let you know that.
All right. Thanks, Cliff. Other questions? Come Come on, you got more questions than this. Everybody's got their rigs all good and ready to go. Yeah.
For SafeLight, do they do anything for insurance work? Like, for example, for, you know, you have comprehensive glass coverage. Would you guys honor that too?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If you don't want to go through the commercial account, if you're getting a better rate, I don't know how many storm chasers really go through insurance because they use so much glass throughout the year.
Right.
That it may be more beneficial to go through the commercial account. But if you have great insurance, you have a really low deductible, just give them a call, go on to SafeLight.com. They will actually take care of all the insurance for you.
Right.
They can get you on the line with the insurance, and the three of you can work it out. You can schedule your appointments. They'll bill the insurance directly. Everything is totally taken care of through them. And this account, this commercial account, is COD. So don't be billing Roger. So, but you know, he's graced us with letting us use that name. So.
Yeah, because a lot of times I'll have like a cracked windshield or something, but I'll wait till the end of the season if it's, and then replace it then. My insurance, they don't ask any questions, they just come and do it. Or you guys can come out and do it like if it happens in the field, so that looks.
Absolutely.
All right, great.
And they work with all insurances. I don't think there's any insurance I've come across that we don't work with. Okay. And so we can do that, especially if you have a low deductible. If you're looking at $50 or $100, $250 for $600-700 windshield, I would definitely go through insurance. Heck yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Just responding to that, I know with State Farm, you can replace your windshield every 2 years on each vehicle at no cost, and you can go straight through SafeLight.
That's great.
Check your insurance, you might be able to do that.
But I know this commercial discount that you all are offering is pretty substantial from what she was telling me. So it's could be well worth your time to do it. Yeah, I mean we often have a situation on the field, which I'm sure a lot of chasers do, where you maybe break a windshield, or unfortunately you get a piece of hail or something comes through your side window and breaks that out, and those aren't safety glass, so they'll shatter into a million pieces. At least the side windows do, and you got to get it done really quick. And we had a situation last year on tour where we broke a couple windshields and lost one side window, and we were back in business within hours after SafeLight fixed it all for us. So, yeah, I plug you guys because I use them. I use you guys a lot. We really do.
You know, the hailstorm, I don't know how many of you are from Colorado, but that hailstorm that we had May 8th.
Last year, right?
We had thousands of vehicles, and we worked round robin for about a month and a half.
Yeah.
Totally round robin. We never stopped.
That was a heck of a hailstorm.
People in the field, or people in the offices, trying to get everybody taken care of. And I'm not just talking all of you guys. I mean all of the dealerships, all of the, you know, rental cars, all of that. So yeah, they're pretty substantial. They're pretty terrific people. And for them to donate all of these prizes for you guys to do this raffle for such a wonderful, wonderful benefit that is near and dear to my heart. I mean, I couldn't ask for a better opportunity.
Great. Yeah. And of course, all of us storm chasers hope that there's a lot more opportunities to break your windows this year than we had last year, right? Yeah. What a dud year. Oh my God, that was awful. You can't do anything but go up, right?
Hey, until Safety Light gets there, my books are hardbound. You can tape. Duct tape. Just an idea. Trying to help.
You know, it's kind of funny too, because I don't. A lot of you all probably do this too. But we, in our tour vans, we actually have kits in the back of the vans that have clear tape and plastic sheeting and things like that to wrap around if you happen to break a window, just to get you through. But we actually had a time happen many years ago in Montana where we lost a side window, and one of my tour guides, a gentleman named Alistair Chapman, some of my tour guests remember Alistair, the filmmaker from the UK, he actually found a piece of cardboard, cut out the cardboard to fit the window, and then took a CD case and cut out a spot in the piece of cardboard. That's all we could find, and then taped it all together. So then we had one little spot where you could look out the side of the window through the CD case to be able to see through there. So you got to do what you can, right? You got to be a little ingenuity there. Okay. Any other questions? Oh, hang on, Steve. Let me get back here. Of course, Steve, being a radio guy, he probably doesn't even need a microphone, right?
SafeLight, because you haven't had enough questions today. This is a little bit off topic. What happens to all the broken glass? You guys have done about 20 windshields for me. What happens to that? It gets recycled or what? It does. Excellent. Okay, that's good to know. Excellent.
Other questions? Okay, no other questions? Going once? Going twice? Sold! Matt, actually, you're an auctioneer, right? Yeah. Oh, we do have a question here. All right.
This will be for Safe Light. So if I'm thinking about investing in that 3M security tape for my side windows or back windows or maybe windshield, would it affect the speed or anything of them replacing our window? It's like a 3M security tape. I know I've heard some chasers use it. It helps prevent shattering of their side windows. I didn't know if that had any effect of you guys. Perfect. Thank you.
All right, other questions? All right. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to do a few drawings here for prizes. So if you get your blue tickets, and Matt, if I get you to hang on, I'm going to let you draw for your prizes that you graciously donated. We appreciate it.
They're going to do a chaser package, see Joe.
Oh, cool. Excellent. All right, we're drawing for any one of those three. We'll do three different drawings, one for each one.
Now, I think it's what size is that? I don't have my
Glow in the dark, size large.
Who's a large? Matt Dighton. No, what's that say?
Yeah, ticket number 863. Do we have an 863? All right. So come on up and grab it.
They bring the book over, I'll sign it for them. If it doesn't fit, use it in case your window busts out.
All right. The next one is 856. 856. Hey, Warren, I need to get your ticket from you. Did you leave it up here? Everybody gets one prize. 856. 856. I'll take that one too. Thank you, thank you. 856 going once. Twice. All right, we'll pick another one.
It's got pictures if you can't read. So.
How about number, 857. 857. We do have a winner. All right. Take your ticket. Oh, great. All right. Thank you. One more here. The Duck Salt. Voted the world's best.
Who drinks red beer?
Who drinks red beer? Oh.
Okay, put this in the bottom, then put the tomato juice and let it fuse for about a minute. I'll be your new best friend.
And this one is number 832. 832. All right, we have a winner.
Hey, thank you.
Great. Thanks, Heidi.
And Bloody Marys.
We're going to do one more here. We're going to do a chaser package of data through Allison House. And if you would just take this card to the Allison House table when we're done, and you can collect it there. All right. How about number 896? Do we have an 896? 896. Going once. You got it? All right. Excellent. Thanks, Phil.
And I'd like to redonate it for somebody I already have a package.
you already have the package. You'd like to redonate it again. Oh, great. Excellent. That's very nice of him. He already has the package, so he's going to redonate it for somebody else. How about number 876? 876. All right, Corey. Great. All right, I'll take your ticket. Great. All right, thanks. All right, you know what? We're a little bit early, so we're going to let you all take about a 15-minute break, and then when we come back, James is going to be here to talk to us about outfitting your car. Make sure you visit all the vendors out here, and of course, we know where the restrooms are down to the left at the end of the hall, and we'll see you back here at 9:05.
Hello. That's a little loud. Three, two, one. Test 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. Hello. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Hello. How about now? Is that good? A little more? Sounds good? Hello, hello, hello. Check 1, 2, 3. A little more audio? How's that sound? Okay.
Test. There we go.
Okay, folks, let's go ahead and grab our seats so we can move on. One thing I do want to bring up to everybody here real quick, of course, we know the late Tim Samaras and I were the ones that started Chasercon 20 years ago, and we've been privileged by a company that actually has written a book about the life of Tim Samaras. It's going to be released, I guess, in April, and they were very kind enough to send us a whole bunch of pre-release copies, and it's called The Man Who Caught the Storm. And we're going to be actually having giveaways up here for as part of the door prizes. And if you'd like to grab a copy as your door prize, you're more than welcome to. Okay. Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, James Breitenbach, who hails from Central Kansas. He's going to talk to us about outfitting your vehicle. James, the floor is yours.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me now? Hello, hello. Check, check. Hello. You guys hear me out there? All right. Well, I'm James Breitenbach for the second introduction, and who I am. Tell you about myself. I was born in Tornado Alley, Lawrence, Kansas, famous for the movie Day After, if some of you are around that know that. I've been chasing since 1988, basically the year I graduated from high school. I'm a father of 6, so I'm busy. Not when I'm chasing kids around, I'm chasing tornadoes. I lived in Colorado and Kansas, and I'm a former car audio installer, mobile two-way radio installer, tower climber, volunteer firefighter, etc. I'm a ham radio operator in 0OFH, GMRS, and I'm a tour guide with Silver Lining Tours. Right now, I presently am an engineer for Dish Network and travel between New Mexico and North Dakota, so I have a large territory that I cover mobily. Next slide. It's not wanting to advance. Well, there we go. There we go. Okay, well, what I'm going to talk about is safety with the installation first. Basically, we're just going to do some general housekeeping to make sure that you guys are not getting into this stuff and going to get yourself hurt. Then we'll talk about the system design and your options when you're designing a system for your vehicle. And then I'm going to give you some installation tips and practices that I use, and then we'll take some questions from the audience. All right, safety. Well, I kind of don't want to see this in the field, but there are some of you guys that do that. Okay. Modifying your vehicles, obviously, there's a risk of shock, fire, explosion, injury, or death, so when in doubt, ask for help. Ask a professional. And if you didn't get that first safety slide, don't do anything that's beyond your capability. It's better to ask for help because cars are expensive. And I would say that the key to this is always disconnect your battery. If you have any questions about disconnecting your battery, there's lots of information about doing that, or seek professional help to disconnect your battery before you start on modifying your vehicle. And obviously, if you make a mistake, electrical fires are the second most cause of fires in vehicles. The first one's obviously a collision, so you want to make sure that you do take care and do this properly, because you don't want to end up like this. And now we're going to talk about some safety features as far as placing the laptop near an airbag and why this is important. There's supposed to be audio with this. Thank you. Thank you. What I'm trying to tell you there is that airbags are very dangerous. You don't want to place equipment near them because they will be launched into your face if you do have an accident. It's critical that you pay very good attention to where you place your equipment. And I would suggest that if you don't understand where that is, to ask for help. When you're also working on your vehicle, it's key that you disconnect the battery and wait at least up to 2 minutes before you work anywhere near the airbag system, due to the fact that they could explode uncontrolled within that first 2 minutes. So it's better to have that disconnected and sitting at least 2 minutes. Personal accountability. Never work alone. Never run the engine in closed areas. Never work under the cars with a single jack. Wear gloves and eye protection when possible, because it's sometimes not possible. And always ask for help if you're unsure. I think we're getting through this. Just a couple safety tips that I thought were pretty funny. Think smart. That's, I think, the best one on there. So, all right, let's get to the fun stuff. So we're going to talk about the different options that you could do with designing your system. This is just a blanket coverage of ideas that I throw out. I could spend hours talking on each one. I'm just going to kind of highlight them. If you've got questions, you save them towards the end. All right, so the first one off is we're going to talk about computer systems and getting weather data. Obviously, GR Level 3 is a pretty competent program that a lot of us chasers use. It doesn't take much horsepower. You need at least an internet browser. Mobile ThreatNet's another option. Barron ThreatNet, which is the new web-based program, it works on multiple platforms as long as you have a web browser. RadarScope is an iOS, Android, and possibly Windows PC application that's going to be available from what I hear. Pickle 3 is an Android app, and Microsoft Streets and Streets by the Norm are no longer available. So if you've got those programs, I wouldn't trust them any longer. They just don't update them anymore. So my alternative is use a Google Maps. So to get data in the field, you need, obviously, a tablet, a computer, a phone, or a weather station. I pulled the specs down for GR Level 3. As you can see, it doesn't take much horsepower to run this program, so you could use an old laptop to do GR Level 3. But the important thing is you have to have mobile data to make that work. And it's optional that you have a feed from AllisonHouse. Those guys provide a product that gets you data, and sometimes where the public data has gone down. And I let them talk about their product when they get a chance. The suggested laptops. I personally like the ruggedized laptops. That's my Dell Latitude that I use right there. It's designed for drops, spills, outdoor environment. It has never let me down. I've dropped it off a 10-foot ladder and it still keeps on running. It's designed for the environment. I know a lot of guys use a smaller, those disposable $200 laptops. That's great. I mean, they're not designed to work in a mobile environment very well. They might get you by a couple, seasons, but they're not a trustworthy, I wouldn't bet my life on it. Tablets are now becoming more popular. I use the Surface myself in one of my chase vehicles, and I'm happy with it. It's stable. It doesn't seem to have many problems with the programs that are currently running. However, I run Windows 7. I've tried it on 8, and I've tried it on 10, and I seem to always have issues with either USB or some type of driver. So I'm saying Windows 7 is pretty much the way to run if you're going to be running with a tablet. people run the iPads, I would recommend that if you're running one of those, at least run the second generation Mini or full size using the 5th generation. Obviously, the older ones won't update to the current iOS, so there you go. I've used the Galaxy tablet. I've had mixed results with that, and I don't really recommend it. Some guys do it. They like it. Hey, to each his own, but from my experience, I don't trust the Galaxy or the Android product in this application. Well, now we come to weather stations. Most of us can't afford that, but I did install that on a couple vehicles for a TV station, and I would say the data resolution is a little bit better than this guy. However, they both do the same thing. There are some other options between those, but as far as in a mobile environment, I wouldn't trust very many other products besides these two. And if you're just doing it on a budget, you can buy just the Crystal wind meter there for under about 175 bucks, and then just get you a good old hail size chart. Take it out there in the field. So, next section we're going to is communications, kind of my key element here. We know that most countries covered by cellular data now. This is a representation of the AT&T coverage map. I've used postpaid and prepaid in all these areas, and I find that the postpaid accounts work the best. If you're going to use a prepaid account, I would strongly have a backup to that. I've found that especially like the states of Nebraska and Panhandle of Texas, that you don't have data. And if you're using cellular data, one of the things that I recommend strongly is to have a cellular data booster. And the two products that I've tested and used are the WeBoost and the Maximum Signal. I just currently got a WeBoost, and it does quite well. I was shocked. It was a good product review. I haven't fully come out with it yet, but I'll have one out shortly about that one. Now, if you're just going to dock your cell phone and just use your cell phone for data, they do make a product that just connects to your cell phone that you can dock, and it holds your cell phone in place while you're traveling. And obviously, if you're going to be using your jetpack, you probably need to connect it to an external antenna. That's important to have this little adapter so you can attach it to an external antenna if you're not going to use a booster pack or a cell amplifier. And I find that these products right here, the NMO mount type cellular antennas, perform the best. I know a lot of you guys have the little spike antennas. They happen to be good, but they're not excellent. I've had really good luck with these guys right here. And the most times when you connect those, you want to permanently mount those, and I find that using this connection right here, the FME connector, with an NMO style mount is the best mounting option for that. Obviously there's mag mounts, you can use those. I find that the mag mounts will perform in most cases without any issues. However, I've had them blow off the roof during strong RFD. All right, let's get it down to the other fun stuff, the other communications in the vehicle. Part of that is having your antennas mounted up as high as possible on the vehicle. You want to get those at least the very top. Mounting them down on the cowl or mounting them on the fender are okay, but not optimal when you're trying to talk distances. And you want to make sure that you use the proper antenna for the frequency that you're trying to use. Once again, about the NMO mount, these are the professional mounts. I know a lot of guys run those. If not, they run these. This is more designed for the amateur community or CB. I would stay away from those of the performance issues with those types of connectors. Gain or no gain. This is, we see a lot of guys running just straight antennas. They don't have a base loaded coil. You'll find that if you're just in an urban environment, the non-gain style antennas are not going to give you the distance as a gain style antenna. And for the price difference, I would always recommend opt for the gain style antenna. Stuck on me again. It's stuck again. Quick review. You got to go up to where that radio tower is, the picture of the radio tower. All right, I'll get it from there, I think, if it'll let me run it. All right, let's talk about ham radio, my favorite subject. If you choose to operate on ham radio, I think it's a great asset to the chaser community. You're able to talk to other spotters, obviously, on simplex. You can use repeaters to talk to nets, talk to the NWS. It does require a license. Test is required. The test can be taken at different locations. If you don't know what about amateur radio, come see me after the presentation. I'll get you hooked up about that. It's cost on it is anywhere from $100 to $600 on an average mobile. There's new technologies that we've got coming out with DMR and Fusion, and P25 digital technologies, and that's going to open up additional communication methods from the field. GMRS is another popular radio service to use in the chaser community. It does require a license. I know a lot of people don't get the license. Just be aware that the FCC may crack down on you if you operate on those frequencies. The nice thing about GMRS, you can use 50 watts of power. It's UHF, so it's basically line of sight. And you can get 20 to 50 miles of coverage on it based on your antenna and radio system. You can use repeaters to extend the range, and some spotter groups do use GMRS radios. And you're also given 5 watts to use on FRS, some of the FRS channels, which are some of those blister pack radios that you buy at Walmart and things like that. The MERS FRS radios, those are the low-cost radios that you can find pretty much at a truck stop or Target or Walmart. They're great for car-to-car communications if you're going to be in sight of your vehicle that's chasing with you. They're shared obviously with other people, so the problem is sometimes in high chase volume areas that you'll have overlapping and people talking on top of each other. I have mixed results on this. I don't really recommend it if you're into the thick of it, but for fun communication, go ahead and knock yourself out. One of the other things I like to do when I'm traveling is I like to listen to the scanner. It gives me a little insight what the local sheriff and local spotters are doing, and I use a system using the GPS connected to my scanner. I use the Home Patrol unit and scanners, and it works quite well. It'll actually tune to the area that I'm traveling in, so I don't have to sit there and mess with it while I'm traveling. So it makes it a very simple package. It's there's no hands-on to it. It just basically runs itself. Now we get into the mounted cameras. This is not my field of expertise. I'm just going to highlight some of the things that you have to take into account for when you're building your system. Some people ask me where this mount is. I do have it in the slide, tells where you can get that mount. And let's move on. Safety systems, and one of the things that I think is key nowadays is obviously to have a dash camera. Obviously there's a lot of people that like to run stop signs and do things when they're in the heat of the moment. I say dash cam's pretty good insurance policy, so if the guy in front of you runs a stop sign, you can prove that it was him. And then radar detector is a good asset, especially in these smaller towns where they definitely set up and catch every chaser trying to go through town at 2 miles over the speed limit. So let's talk about mounting systems. I use the RAM mount, quite satisfied with it. It does the job. The Panavice mount is a no holes mount that gives you an EIA pattern, so you can mount a phone, a tablet, other handheld radios. They make a great product. And then the Pro Clip tablet mount I find are a good product. And if, speaking of tablet mounting, I'm presently testing this item out right here. It's the RAM mount that's designed for a tablet. It can handle, obviously anything from a 7-inch tablet to a 10-inch tablet with no problem. Just have to buy the proper tray for it. Radio scanner mounts, Gamber Johnson makes a pretty good mount for stacking radios. If not, you can do your custom. This is where I built into a glove compartment a radio. Phone mounts, RAM hands down I think has the best mounting systems as far as phones go to keep them in place. You can find a dozen knockoff ones on eBay and Amazon. And let's talk about technology mounts. These are the guys that make all the mounts: Panavice, RAM mounts, ProFit, ProClip, Autodesk, Gamber Johnson, and Film Tools, which makes the DLSR mounts. Now we're going to talk about designing our power system to power all our toys. So if you're going to be running your mobile data, you're going to be either using a laptop or using a tablet. Laptop, you're going to use probably 120 volts to power it, so you're going to need some type of inverter. If you do find a 12-volt adapter, it's available on some laptops. Sometimes you just strike out. You've got to use just your 110 volt. Using a tablet, obviously USB is primarily what powers those, or you can use the battery on the tablet. Additional requirements, obviously you're going to have your communications, your scanners, your cell phone chargers, your mobile hotspot, your weather station, your camera chargers, your camera, cellular data booster. Obviously you got a lot of things to power here, so you got to keep in mind, you've got quite a load that you're building up on this system. So let's talk about the components of the electrical system that you're going to build. Now, the good practice is if you just buy a new battery and put that in your car every chase season. I don't know, people want to do that, but it's a good idea if you're worried about going down, having your battery die on you. If you are running it, leave your car running while you're sitting out there chasing. Don't shut it off, and carry a battery booster in case you have a failure. I say the best practice is to run dual batteries, upgrade your alternator, and isolate the second battery, and we'll talk about that here in a second.
Now,
there's audio on here. And this is
quick tip. Brought to you by E3 Smart Plugs. Born to burn.
When you talk about running dual batteries, most people assume you're talking about a 24-volt system. That's not necessarily the case, and that's not really the reason that you want dual batteries. Most people want to run dual batteries because they want the power of two batteries to run their 12-volt system.
To get you 12 volts or 24 volts, and obviously
all the difference in the world.
Hook up 24 volts to our 12-volt system, it's going to cause damage. So we want to make sure we do it properly and hook up just 12 volts, not 24 volts. So people get confused when they say, well, I'm going to put two batteries in there. Well, make sure you hook them up right, or you're not going to have a working car. Yeah, I'll go back. Yeah, now it won't move.
If two batteries, you need to hook them together in parallel, which means the negative of one battery connects to the negative of the other, and the two positive.
We'll just go on to the next one. So the battery applications, obviously, this tells you the types of batteries that you could get. For the second battery, I would recommend a deep cycle. If you're going to run all your equipment off your second battery, get a deep cycle battery. If you just get just a regular lead acid type, it's not really designed for that purpose. It's more or less designing for starting. Yep, jumped out to the. All right, and the deep cycle battery. Obviously, this goes into a little more in depth about the deep cycle battery and what it provides. So now we're going to determine kind of what we're going to be drawing with our system. Obviously, the inverters are going to give us a lot more current draw. They draw quite a bit, especially when they're loaded. If you just got a bunch of USB powered devices, you're going to have very low current draw on your system. So you could build a very small base system and not worry about, running large cabling. For instance, this is the distance in feet in obviously your vehicle, and your amperes, how many amps you're going to be drawing through there. If you have multiple USB, you could run that all off, basically 10 gauge wire up to 22 feet. So, and if you go into the inverter style where you're pulling up at around the 60 amp range, 65, 80 range, you're going to be looking at, on an average vehicle, you're going to need to be running at least a 6 gauge or 4 gauge wire at 10 to 13 feet. And part of that is you want to make sure when you get those wires installed that you protect them, you zip tie them down, and you use insulated connectors. I find a lot of the installs that we do, a lot of guys use the non-insulated connectors, and we find that those during vibration will come loose and then jump over and short out the other devices. So I would recommend using insulated connectors and using wire loom and tie-down blocks when possible. And then I want to talk about breakers. A lot of times these high current breakers are not available in the field, and when you go battery to battery, you need something to protect them. One, for overcharging, and the two, if you accidentally short the battery out, that you can reset it while you're in the field. The large, usually 100 amp fuses are not readily available in the field. Some auto parts stores do carry them. So if you do happen to run high current systems, I would always recommend using a breaker system on those. Then from your breaker, obviously you're going to go to a power block, which these are not protected, and this is basically to go from the breaker to feed your additional power system. So this would be like fuse blocks or additional batteries. And then fuse block to feed all your additional equipment, your small, low current, under, between 10 to 20 amps, you can run it off a fuse block. So now we're going to talk about battery isolators, if this thing will play. I don't think it will. Yeah, it should just click on the slide, I think.
Yeah, just plan on operating your system without the engine running. Without an isolator, you risk failure of your vehicle's electrical system due to a drained battery, and you will be unable to start your car. An isolator simply allows you to completely discharge one battery without discharging the other. By allowing the audio system to draw from one battery at a time, we can save the primary starting battery for the vehicle's vital electrical components, ensuring they will have a constant source of power to keep everything functioning properly. Also, by preventing full discharge of the secondary batteries, you can actually increase their lifespan. There are two types of battery isolators. A solenoid or relay type isolator uses a few electrical relays to direct the flow of the electrical current. These relays work together to send the charging current from the alternator directly to the idle batteries. Solenoid isolators tend to be much less expensive than diode-based, and they don't really negatively impact the voltage or flow of current. However, since they contain a number of switches, they are more likely to require replacement or maintenance after a few years of use. Diode-based isolators are much simpler in construction. They feature two high-current diodes, which basically allow current to flow to the battery from the alternator, but do not allow power to flow between the two batteries. This allows for true isolation of the batteries, as each battery will only be able to power components connected directly to it. This can actually be a drawback, as in the event the starting battery is fully depleted, you cannot use the secondary battery to start the car. But it's pretty simple to avoid that problem with proper power setup. While these isolators are more durable and reliable, they will cause a voltage drop of up to 0.4 to 0.6 volts. This may not be a huge factor in the performance of your audio system, but it is a noteworthy drop as it reduces the maximum voltage the batteries can be charged to. Isolators are rated by the amount of current transfer they're capable of handling. A good rule of thumb is to calculate the total RMS wattage of your system and just drop to zero. If you're in between sizes, it is always a good idea to choose the larger isolator to prevent damage. Hooking up a battery isolator is actually extremely simple. For solenoid or relay type isolators, choose one of these smaller terminals to connect to ground, and connect the other to a high amperage remote turn-on lead or ignition wire. Then connect each of these larger terminals to your batteries. For diode-type isolators, it's even more straightforward. Just connect the center terminal to your alternator and connect one of the side terminals to each of your batteries. So whether you're tailgating, parking lot pimping, or you just like to shut off your car and enjoy your music, a battery isolator can save you time, trouble, and a phone call to AAA. For all of your battery...
So, that's why I'm a true believer in the battery isolators. They do help you maintain a good battery when you're parked. Obviously, if you're running your car, that really doesn't apply. And if you've got a lot of high current devices that you're using at the same time, the battery isolator is definitely a lifesaver. So a lot of people ask me, what size of inverter should I run? If you're going to be running multiple laptops, you figure most of these AC adapters run about anywhere from 55 to 90 watts on the plug-in power supplies for the 110. So you need something with a little headroom. The 400, that's a 400 watt inverter. So the other thing I would recommend is your distance of how large the wire is. Obviously, under 3 feet to your battery, you can get by with an 8 gauge wire. If you go any more than say, 10 feet away from your battery, you're going to have to look to a 4 gauge wire. So these are all things you have to take into account when you're designing an inverter. The reason why is because if you start drawing a lot of current through the smaller wire at distances, it's going to heat the wire up and it's potentially a fire hazard. Okay, now we're preparing for our install. I would recommend a large garage or open facility where you can take everything out. I start by removing pretty much everything inside the vehicle that's going to be potentially in my way so I could get a clear view of what's going on. Sometimes, in this case, I didn't remove the carpet yet, but I hadn't gotten to that stage. So we're kind of looking at the view. But as you can see, I set everything out on the floor so I could kind of systematically put it back together once I got everything done. So you want to route wiring through existing channels. A lot of times you'll find a wiring channel that's usually on the passenger side of the vehicle. There's a channel that they usually run all their power either back to the car computer or back to the trunk. I usually like to ride next to that because there's some usually protection around that. I use grommets when I pass through a firewall or through a trunk wall. Vibration will obviously cut the wire, so you need to protect that wire once it passes through a metal object. Pay attention to airbags. The side curtain airbags are very dangerous, and I've ran into cases where people have ran wires over the airbag while they were fishing up into their roof liner. Don't do that. You're just asking for a catastrophe when you do that. Run it behind the airbag lines and secure it down so it won't move. And under the hood, you want to protect those wires with a wire loom or some type of protection around the wires so the wires don't get exposed to dirt and grime and potential heat. So here's some of the power protection things that I've done. This is one of the breakers installed right next to the battery, the main automotive battery, and this was placed underneath the passenger side of the van that I did, and we did a relay protection and breaker protection for the secondary battery with this. So you got to, sometimes you have to get creative and hide these things. There's some places you just don't find the space to put the stuff. Power systems, installing it, I find that once in this case, we pulled both panels and we joined them right in the middle to pass the cabling or power between all the outlets there. This is an inverter that we stuck in the back of this vehicle right here. You see we provide outlets at each one of the bit where the bench seats would sit. Also right there is a USB connection so they could plug in a phone or a tablet or whatever device that requires USB power. We used one large inverter basically to provide the entire van power. In this case, that was about a 1500 watt inverter. And in this case, we added additional USB connections in the front of the van to give more solutions of plugging more devices in here, and obviously you can see them there and there. Also did the two-way radio install on that one too. That's kind of getting down to the end. You guys have any questions? All right, make a list of all your gear that you're going to use before you start and figure out your power requirements. Obviously in a mobile application you're going to use 12 volts, 5 volts for USB or 120 volts AC. Install in a well-lit area. Take photos, that's a very helpful thing that I could point out. Take your time, if you get stuck, ask for help. And resources that you can find some of this on, Storm Tracker, Radio Reference, or Bat Labs. And I find, actually eBay has been quite friendly as far as access to all this, the stuff that you see. Amazon's a great resource. If you've got a Fry's Electronics near you, they're a great resource for this. Online, Mauser Electronics. Local auto parts stores, not all locations carry this stuff, so it's kind of hit and miss. And I found some of this on Rock Auto and Crutchfield. Question?
You mentioned rather quickly that airbags can go off soon after you disconnect the battery. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, they have an igniter, and it's a general practice that they tell us as installers to let the battery, once you disconnect the battery, wait at least 2 minutes before you operate in the vicinity of an airbag for accidental trigger. I've never seen one do it. I've heard that they've done it, but it's never happened to me. It's just a practice that we pass down to the rest of our installers. Question back there in the back. Yeah, I find that the phone apps are limited because not a lot of the local guys stream those scanner. Like in my area, I provide the radio feed for my area, but the next county over doesn't have a feed available. So the app is cool if you happen to be in an area where there's a feed provider, but other than that, it's hit and miss. I would say, try it, and if they've got it, use it. Right here.
Question about the prepaid and postpaid phone plans you talked about at the beginning. Am I right if you just pay like AT&T a fixed amount per month, that's postpaid?
Well, that's usually a prepaid. The postpaid are the ones where you get a bill from them monthly.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
And if it's the same provider, why would it make a difference in the coverage?
They have different roaming agreements. On the postpaid, they have not as good roaming agreements. Actually, I should say prepaid. Postpaid, they have good roaming agreements, so you have better coverage. Even though you might not be in one of their areas, they roam on the local provider's tower, and where you may get 4G on that or LTE, whereas if you're on the prepaid, you wouldn't get any data. You would maybe have access to a cell phone and make text or phone calls, but you won't have any data. Right here.
With the introduction of a lot of like digital modes in a ham radio, do you think it would be a good idea to get like a D-Star or?
I'm already one step ahead of you. I already have applied for on the DMR group, I've actually asked for a nationwide talk group for storm chasing. It's in the process, and hopefully we'll have that announcement shortly. Yeah, I've used SDR radios. I find that they're fun, but as far as a field application, it can get a little tricky unless you're just sitting there just bored to death trying to find something to do. But the SDR is pretty cool, and you can listen to every type of digital mode, HF, everything now on an SDR radio. Over here. Yeah, the Pumpkinhead I haven't had much experience with yet.
It replaces everything.
Yeah, and it's like
basically an Android with a DVD, CD player built in there. You know, all your apps, everything.
Yeah, yep. It's
eliminating the distractions of having a laptop.
Yep.
The realities of having a laptop is your radio.
Yep. I haven't had a chance to play with that. It's fairly new as far as coming out and getting into the mainstream. You know, maybe next year I'll have one to play with and we could talk about it. Okay. Right here.
2 slides back you had some references. You had like that labs, I think .com is their reference. I didn't catch what
Okay. Well, let me see if I can pull that slide back up for you. As far as these would be installation help, basically. Yeah. Yeah, I obviously that's, yeah, it's like second to the last one. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, I'll right there probably. Radio Reference is one of the sites that in StormTrack. StormTrack.org. Yeah. There's some discussions on there. There's guys that have opinions on there that talk about this, and I just recently joined up with StormTrack, so if you want to send me a message on there, I'm on there now, so if you have any questions after the fact, you can send me a message on there. So. Let me look. I think it's right. Yeah, there it is right there. Any other questions? Back there.
When you run your ham radio, do you use any digital modes to be able to transmit images to and from your storm chasing vehicle?
Yeah, you have to use the special microphone usually with the Fusion product, and there's some groups that are playing with that. I've not found it that it's widespread though. It's very limited. But there are some guys, I guess, in the Oklahoma region that are playing with that. But not around. I don't know anybody around here taking it. Any other questions? In most cases, it will. The newer vehicles seem to not have a problem. The only problem I see is if you drain the second battery and then you put a full load on, and your original battery that's in your vehicle is low too, then your alternator may struggle to charge and you may end up burning it up. So, yeah. Going once. One back there. What? I didn't hear you. I can. If you need it, come up and see me after the presentation. Any more? Right here.
Is there a carrier that you recommend over another? Can you say that?
I actually run both. So I use AT&T on my cell phone with a hotspot capability, and I use a Verizon Jetpack. So I usually find with those combinations, I don't usually find that I'm out without data. There's very few spots. Used to be Panhandle of Texas was like, no man's land, and then Nebraska, I found it around Scotts Bluff, and in that area I would not have data. But with using the external, I don't seem to have any problems.
Recommendations for mounting your laptop in the passenger seat pertaining to the airbag?
Yeah, obviously RAM has recommendations when you buy the mount from them where to mount it so you don't interfere with the airbag. I would follow their recommendations. Obviously that was their video that showed that it would clear the airbag. However, the passenger, if you've got a passenger in there while you're driving, I would disable the airbag. I wouldn't run the risk. If you can disable the airbag, yeah, the airbag offers some safety, but I think if the airbag blew and shot the laptop in their face, they'd probably get more injuries from that. Over here.
Some of the newer vehicles have the built-in Wi-Fi on board.
Correct.
Have you experienced any of those and what kind of reception you get versus just the regular jetpack?
So those usually use an external antenna that's tied in with that little hockey puck that you see on the top of your vehicle. They do offer pretty good coverage. I was surprised. I've tested a few of them. It doesn't outperform the external antenna with the amplifier, but it does perform well. So results can vary and providers can vary, because I know AT&T offers it and Verizon offers it on some vehicles. So you just kind of have to play around and figure out which one you got, and then maybe buy the alternative for your backup. Back here.
Any recommendations on models, where to buy them, and where to get them installed?
One of those is, I like the Sony action cams because they have image stabilization. The GoPros do not, as far as I was told. Recently, I don't use the GoPro product. I know lots of guys do. They're happy with it. It's easy to use. You can buy the parts basically any Walmart or any electronic store. The Sonys, I think, have a better imager in them. It's to each his own on those. Video is just one of those animals, and everybody's got a different opinion about it. I happen to like the Sony action cams. Any more questions?
Just something I wanted to kind of bring up for everybody. I'm a professional driver, and I use the Waze app. I've actually found that to be incredibly useful for finding speed traps around Central Plains and pretty much everywhere. One thing, if we all kind of either click off that app and one of us sees a speed trap, we can, identify it and report it so that other chasers will know to expect that when they go to certain areas. And a lot of other drivers, Waze speed, and they say there's like over 100 million users in the United States now. So it's kind of that level where I've had times I have radar detectors where I have to go to the application, if there's a speed trap ahead before my radar detector even goes off, I'm saying that there's a speed trap ahead. So it's something I just want to kind of bring up to everybody that if you use that Waze app, we start kind of universally adopting that. It's a really useful tool, and also you can report ham on all kinds of other objects on the road. It's a really useful tool that I found as a personal driver and also for storm chasing to be very beneficial, but especially in the speed trap department, because a couple of times last year when I was chasing, I got notifications that there was police heads, some little dinky towns, and sure enough, you can also mark it like visible or hidden. And there's a couple times where I said hidden, and I slowed down, and sure enough, there was a county sheriff hiding behind a sign, right, like Western Kansas. This is something that everyone should be aware of as a tool to use to avoid those lovely speeding tickets that those law enforcement want to give us.
Yeah, that's good advice. Also, with the radar detectors, I will add one more thing. A lot of the times, I know in Kansas, they like to use the instant on, where they turn on the radar gun for just a pulse on the car, and it's good to usually have a car in front of you so it gets him first. Question back here, Steve. They recommend not touching those things because of the glass and everything that's involved. If you do, in a case that you do need to remove an airbag, use gloves and put on some safety glasses, and you can by all means cut the thing. But yeah, they say not to mess with them. So I'm just going to go with what they tell. I've never had one blow on me, and I don't plan to either. Any more questions? Cool. Oh, one more.
I haven't tried to research this at all, so maybe the answer's obvious, but the biggest weather parameter that I've been interested in the past is usually wind speed, which I think is true for a lot of chasers. So I've used things like the in-speed vortex measurement anemometers. They're easy
Yep.
Generally, they've worked well. I've had a couple issues where they've blown around or I've lost cups on them.
Yep.
If I were interested in looking at upgrading to a more full-scale weather station that measures all different parameters, whether it's a Davis system or something else, is there a way to mount one of those that I can take it off the car when I'm not chasing, or do you really need to hard mount those?
It's mixed. I've had mixed results on that. On that particular Hummer that we built, we put one of those weather stations. We actually attached it to the roof mount system that we put on there. We tried it using a 3-magnet system, and we got into some winds where it actually shifted the whole thing. So it's, I wouldn't recommend it. And if you do it, tether it. Put like a steel cable on it so it'll blow, but it won't blow away. Back there. Right there.
Just to know, I believe that a couple of years ago, the Davis weather mount had a recall to where they recommended not using the supplied pole that it came with to be mounted.
Yes.
To the roof. So if anyone has a current, for them not to use that, to have some sort of other mechanism to mount it to the actual.
Yeah, I haven't read that recall, but I've heard some people talk about that. So, any more? Going once. Right here.
Do you have any recommendations on exterior light bars or warning lights?
That's a touchy subject. You can do whatever you want. LEDs obviously are the new norm. I wouldn't run lights driving down the highway of any sort. I know in Kansas, especially in the area I am, listening to the radio, that's who they're looking for. Any guys that are running lights, that's the first guy they're going to pull over. So if you're running to a tornado and you have lights on, you're going to get pulled over. So I wouldn't recommend it. Now, if you're stationary and off the road and you need to light up an area, go right ahead. I don't think they don't have any problem with that. But if you're running down the highway, you will get pulled over. I know there's one county in Kansas right now. He hates every chaser. So you just don't run. Don't give him a reason to pull you over. So. Any more? Yeah, I'd say the Passport, Escort, the 9500 XL. I've had real good luck with that. Raj? Any more? Right here.
You said you didn't recommend the Galaxy tablets particularly. What tablet would you recommend?
I would recommend either an Apple product or the Microsoft Surface product. Pretty good.
All right, great. Thanks a lot, James. That was very informative. Appreciate it. Folks, we're going to take a break here in just a second. Just hang on for 1 second. One vendor, I hate to call him a vendor, that didn't get a chance to come up and talk to you all is Storm Assist, and we have Skip Talbot here to talk to you about it.
Thanks, Roger. Hi, everyone. I'm Skip. I just wanted to say quick words about Storm Assist if you're not familiar with it. Storm Assist is a 501c3 charity. We're all volunteer, and the entire point of it is to raise money for storm victims. So we know as storm chasers, you know, we can't help what the weather does. We all want to see a tornado. But, I mean, occasionally they do hurt, kill people, and damage property. And there's lots of ways that storm chasers try to give back to communities, acting as skywarn spotters, first responders, helping in cleanup efforts afterwards. Storm Assist is a great way for storm chasers to give back to communities too. So what we do is we take photos and videos from chasers, from anyone, and we make an annual DVD for sale and a Blu-ray and a calendar, and we sell t-shirts, and then 100% of the profits from those sales are sent directly back to storm hit communities. So we've over the years we've raised about $60,000, and we've sent that to schools and pet shelters and fire stations. We've handed out debit cards directly to residents. So yeah, if you buy a DVD or a shirt, that's a great way to help these storm hit communities. But also, we're very much looking for volunteers. We're entirely volunteer based. So if you've got great storm video, tornado shots, storm structure, the format and quality doesn't matter. Send it to us and we'll put it in the DVD for you. It's a great way to show off your footage. It's a great way to help a good cause. We're also looking for video editors. If you want to help work on the website, do website updates or social media updates, we can use all the help we can get. So yeah, that's Storm Assist. Come see me at the table. I'm Skip, or come see Max, and we'll get you set up with a DVD, or if you want to help us out. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Skip. Their booth is back here in the corner. Question? Nope.
Yeah, question. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we're going to do a couple more door prizes right now. Actually, we're going to give away a few copies of the book about Tim Samaras, the man who caught the storm. And if I could get somebody to draw a number or two, Eddie? What number you got?
956.
956. Did you pull your own number? All right. Anybody have 956? 956. Going once. That's close enough. Come and get a book. All right. Let's get a couple more here. How about number 867? 867. Anybody got 867? All right, where's all these numbers at? Somebody's got to have some of them here. 867 going once? Twice? All right. Close. How about number 912? 912. Do we have a 912? Really? My goodness. 912 going once? Twice? Okay. All right, now you're pushing it. How about number 851? 851. Wow, nobody has 851. How about number 960? 960. Wow, nobody's got these numbers. Well, we got the wrong set of tickets here or something, maybe. I wonder. No, just kidding. All right, try another one. A couple more. 991. Hey, all right, we have a winner. Swap you a ticket for a book. Okay, great. Thank you. One more here. 895. 895. Is there an 895 anybody got? 895 going once? Twice? Oh, we got a winner back here. All right. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a break and come back at 10:30 for Dr. Josh Wurman and Dr. Caryn Kasiva.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Okay, folks, let's go ahead and come on in and grab a seat and get the show on the road again. All right, folks, let's go ahead and press on. Hey, folks, I just wanted to make one little announcement before we introduce our next speakers. And this kind of goes out to some longtime friends who have been a part of Chasercon for many, many years. A lot of you folks know Liz and Henry Deal from North Central Kansas. Liz usually helps Caryn back at the check-in booth, and they've been attending Chasercon for a long time. And just wanted to let you know that Henry actually underwent a liver transplant last night, and Henry is awake and watching Chasercon right now. Over there, I was over there. All right, so I just wanted to give a shout out to Henry. Henry, hope you get well soon and are back on your feet really quick. We miss you guys here.
We're having audio issues on this side, right? That's why I was trying to get your attention.
Oh, okay. All right, we're going to hang on just a minute here before we get going. Well, actually, I'll go ahead and introduce our next speakers, who really don't need much of an introduction. It's a pleasure to have Dr. Josh Wurman and Dr. Caryn with us to talk to us about their adventures from this last year. Dr. Wurman, Dr. Kasiva. This one or that one? What mic do you want? This one?
Okay. Thank you. All right, we're going to talk probably pretty fast and tag teaming here, basically on what we've been doing in the last year. Some of it's tornadoes and severe weather, but it's other kinds of projects too. So I'll just, and what we're going to do in the next year or two also, what kind of plans we know we have and what kind of plans we think we have. So diving in, we did some hurricane intercepts this past fall. It was a prolific season for landfalling hurricanes, as everyone knows. Very quickly, our scientific motivation is trying to understand the relationships between wind and damage, what kind of winds are causing what kind of damage, what kinds of impacts, what might cause those to be variable in different areas. And in some storms, we do see variable damage. If you look, this is way back from Hurricane Andrew, but you can see some of these buildings just had roof damage. Some of them got pretty smushed. This is a map from a typhoon in Japan with the red area showing very periodic pattern of damage. So why does that happen? What's going on in the boundary layer there? We've been doing studies for several years, and this is too many words, but basically we've been observing and learning about the boundary layer in hurricanes. When the Dows first went out to hurricanes, we discovered that there were these streaks, these boundary layer rolls, this helical type of circulation going on at sub-kilometer scales in the boundary layer, which might affect damage, though we've never really been able to show a relationship between those and damage before. And these are the kind of deployments we do typically to try to look at those boundary layer rolls. This is from several years ago where we deployed Dow 2 and Dow 3 on the east coast of Florida. This was Hurricane Francis. So yeah, actually a decade or so ago. And we park them there and we have a dual Doppler deployment, which means if the radars are looking in two different directions off on the barrier islands, that we can get the vector winds. And you can see the modulation there in the Doppler, these streaks there in the Doppler. And then we analyze those, just do a lot of number crunching, and we can look at circulations, look at the fluxes of heat up from the ocean, look at the flux of momentum down from aloft in those rolls, and understand how they're affecting hurricane intensity, also how they're affecting the winds down near the surface. So this summer, we deployed first to Hurricane Harvey. So this is a map showing Corpus Christi, the Corpus Christi radar, and this is the Corpus Christi radar image of the hurricane coming on shore. The Dow is there right inside the eye. We try to get very close. We try to get inside the eye so we can study the eye wall. The whole name of the game with Dows, whether we're doing tornadoes or hurricanes or whatever, is to get up close so we get fine scale imagery and what's happening. We also deployed several pods, and I'll talk about those briefly. So here's a zoom in on that peninsula. And the eye was, pretty big on this scale, but we deployed at an airport where it was nice and clear and we get good radar data. We deployed some pods on the bridge. These did not fare very well. Some future archaeologists, skin divers may find this pod. But we did retrieve this one. It fell off the bridge, but we got it. This one, was never seen again. Also, we had 2 pods at the airport, and they didn't go anywhere, but they were both also destroyed by flying debris. So basically, we met our match with our instrumentation and the winds in Harvey. This is a radar loop from the Dow showing you that we're still seeing a lot of the streaky data. We're still seeing, the boundary layer rolls, this helical flow is happening there. But that wasn't really the main focus of what we were looking at with Harvey. Harvey had much stronger winds than most hurricanes making landfall, and actually lived up to the advertisement of how strong some of the wind gusts would be. In addition, it was intensifying at landfall, so it had a very interesting eye wall structure. And this is a loop from the Dow reflectivity. We're very attenuated because we're an X-band radar, but this is from inside the eye looking out at the eye wall, and you can see these cusps, these curls, and they're associated at times with Doppler velocity couplets. Now, it's a strange measurement when you're inside the eye because the wind is spinning around really fast and we're inside. We don't see that spinning. We just see the perturbations, the ins and outs. And while it doesn't look as spectacular from a Doppler point of view, it's actually more valuable for us because we can see what the perturbations are associated with these mesovortices which are circulating around the eye. And here's just a stop image identifying. In this case, there were 4 of them pretty prominently that were rotating around, and we could track them for hours as they rotated around the eye of the storm. Is this the one I have to wait for? No. There we go. We've seen these before. We've seen mesovortices before. Hurricane Hunter aircraft have seen mesovortices as beautiful images, taken satellite images and aircraft images of these offshore. But what was interesting about this is that we were able to track them. We were able to really quantify what the wind field perturbations were low on the surface, and then basically try to estimate and then observe what the impacts on damage would be. In addition, we were able to see even smaller scale structures because this was a very convectively active eye wall. And so this is showing the western eye wall passing the Dow. So the Dow's here. You can kind of see the runways at the airport. Just a few kilometers away is the inner eye wall. And the Doppler velocity, you can see these perturbations in the main flow. The main flow is going this way at about 50 meters per second, about 120 miles an hour on the average. But there are strong perturbations in there associated with very strong wind gusts. And these are sub-kilometer scale. They're tornado-sized, but they're moving along at 50 meters per second. The perturbations in them aren't so huge, but again, they're embedded in this 50 meter per second flow. Click. There we go. So here's kind of what they look like. They're spaced every few kilometers. Sometimes they're in groups. And again, they're propagating at about 50 meters per second. The perturbations are pretty small. If it was just standing there, you wouldn't really call it a tornado. In fact, that's why we're not calling them tornadoes. They're not coming out of supercells. And so the wind field perturbations in them are 10 or 20 meters per second, so 20 to 40 miles an hour. But again, 20 to 40 miles an hour added on to 120 mile an hour wind causes much more damage potential. And we see the effects. We had an anemometer on the Dow at about 8 meters above the ground level, and we could see the variations in the wind. And by the way, there's a paper that's coming out in Monthly Weather Review. It's an early online release if you want to see all the details of this, because we're going through this really fast. But basically, there are perturbations associated with the mesovortices. They crossed over us about every 550 to 600 seconds, so about every 9 or 10 minutes they crossed over us and modulated that wind that went up and down as the mesovortices crossed. And in addition, when those small-scale vortices crossed us, they caused very intense winds. And this is just more analysis showing that indeed the mesovortices and those tornado scale vortices were associated with those wind field perturbations because they varied every 10 minutes and they also varied at every minute and a half, which is about how often one of those was crossing us when we were in the eye wall. In this case, because Harvey had much stronger winds than most hurricanes, there was a diversity of damage. Most of these hurricanes come on shore, and you're seeing a lot of kind of F1 type damage. And the difference between whether you were in a mesovortex or in one of these tornado scale vortices or not isn't much, right? You know, it's F0, F1, either way, right? But in this case, there was significantly more damage because the winds were getting up over 140 miles an hour in some of these gusts, and we could map that out. We were able to map out the crossing of some of those tornado scale vortices. In fact, one of them hit the airport very near the Dow and lofted cars at the airport. And we know, you know, because we have measurements right there, what kind of winds lofted those cars. Some were lofted, some weren't. It's just a percentage, so about 35% of them got lofted. I was in an SUV right next to the Dow. It did not get lofted. So, you know, whether cars got lofted or not, we don't know why. But certainly, you know, there were 3 of them lofted, several of them that were not lofted in that case. So it's somewhat of just a stochastic kind of process there. And then very quickly, 10 days after that, we went after Hurricane Irma. For us, this is sort of our nightmare scenario. Logistically, we're out here in Colorado. We're looking at this kind of spread of forecasts, thinking, well, should we really go for it, or is it going to recurve, or where's it going to go? But we decided to go after it. We initially were looking on the east coast of Florida, but as you know, it went up the west coast of Florida. We waited till really the last minute to deploy so we can get in that eye again. In this case, we probably waited too long. It was pretty much hurricaning when we finally deployed. We deployed on bridges on the interstate just north of Naples. And we deployed the Dows. We deployed pods out in some fairly open areas and new subdivisions that were going up. And we've hardly analyzed this data at all, so it's just a couple pretty or not so pretty pictures. In this case, it was a much more typical type hurricane. The winds were significantly weaker than Harvey. 100, 110 mile an hour gusts is the kind of what we were actually measuring. And the eye was decaying as most of them are. We had our dual pole radars out there, so we got some very high resolution dual polarization data, which will be a topic of some very interesting analyses as we move forward. And Caryn, I think this is you. You get tornadoes.
Tornadoing. Thank you. Oh, so right before that, I guess we're not doing this in chronological order. So in the spring, obviously it was tornado season, and we did, I don't know if I want to be on this side. I like this side better, except I can't do that. All right, anyway, sorry, that side was better. So tornado season, we just did a reduced project. 2 of our radars were on a mountaintop at that time, so we had only 1 radar available to us. So answering the same sort of questions that we answer or try to answer all the time that we go out there. Basically, I think I've kept these slides since I was a PhD student and these graphics since I don't know when I was born. But basically what we're looking at is we're looking at trying to quantify the wind structure very near the surface. So we're trying to get our radars, our instruments very near where the strongest winds are occurring. And primarily we're trying to do that for engineering applications. We're really trying to understand what we see in the radar 10, 20, 30 meters above ground level. How does that map to what's 8 or 10 meters above ground level or house level? So we had one instance, this is probably the only instance we've ever gotten this close and the only instance we ever will, this is our Russell case. But what this had showed us is that, that the strongest winds were occurring very near the surface. So these have all been normalized, but this is our 10-meter standardized observation level. And then the fact that these are all higher than that are on the right there, that means that they're higher than what's being measured at 10 meters above ground level. So it's really interesting to us that these really strong winds are occurring that close to the surface. So obviously what we're trying to get is we're trying to get more data sets to corroborate that evidence or to learn more about different types of vortex structures. So again, this was one Dow, but we had it in a really cool mode. We had really short gates, scanning really fast. We had 3 of our mesonettes out, 15 of our pods out, and we had a season that looked something like that. So for us, I won't go through Dow stuff. You all know what the Dow looks like and the pods and the mesonettes. If not, go outside and take a look. So our first tornado, which we didn't really realize was a tornado until after the fact, I think a little bit, was in Paducah, Texas. So here's the road that we were deployed on. Here's the path of the tornado. That's the little curl right there was the tornado. So sitting in the back of the truck looking at that, didn't quite register right away what that was. But it gains strength, and here's the tornado, here's our truck, here's our truck. You might know what's going to happen here if you've ever seen these types of things that we show. The next click, oh, tornado's gone. And then, oh, the tornado's on the other side of the truck. So we accidentally got hit by that one. It was a really weak tornado. I know we always say that every time we show these slides, and that sort of thing happens. But we did actually end up getting some data in it. So here was us, and we actually drove towards it. Part of it was a ranging problem. But we also had one of our scouts nearby. So in addition to us getting data with the radar, we had a scout getting data, and we also had our mast not necessarily raised at that point. So we got something that looked like this. So basically, since I wasn't in sort of a scanning tornado mode, we were a little bit above ground level, but the highest winds we saw in that was about 132 miles per hour. And then the mesonet with the Dow, as well as the scout, we're seeing winds of about 35 meters per second or 32 meters per second. So basically, they were seeing winds of about 50 to 70% of what we were seeing with the Dow. Again, this is sort of, as always, a weak tornado and kind of an inadvertent data set there. This was the McLean, Texas day. We're not really going for tornado genesis out there. That was the Vortex 2 project. So that isn't our optimal data set at this moment, especially with one radar. But for any of you who were out there chasing, for us, we're, again, trying to get really in there. There wasn't many roads for us to use to get in there. So instead, we got this nice tornado genesis radar loop, which, whatever, it's cute and nice. But we actually kept going with this storm, and then farther to the east, again, for you guys who are out there, the storm went on to Elk City. And we weren't quite in the right mode. We were scanning up pretty high because it was a pretty opaque situation. So we sort of started driving to it, and then we started driving away from it. So we never got down to start scanning at low levels. But up high, so up about 3,000 feet, or sorry, how high up were we in Elk City? Couple hundred meters, sorry, yeah. We saw winds of about 195 miles an hour. So actually, when they went out and damage surveyed this, they looked at the regions that we were seeing these high winds. And indeed, that's where some of the strongest winds were occurring based on damage as well. 600 feet, sorry. I'm not reading the slides. Going by memory. But this also had a really nice structure. So this is the debris ring associated with the inner circulation there, and then the outer circulation as well. Again, not quite the data set that we're going for trying to get these really low-level winds. I think you guys are starting to see the punchline of our 2017 season. Oh, and that was it. You didn't put in the new slides. Never mind. Well, we're also out for Wyoming and Colorado, and the punchline is sort of the same for that, too. So with that said, we're going to switch back to September, and you're going to talk about the eclipse. Sorry. Okay.
Oh. Well, we went to Wyoming and also did not succeed in deploying pods. There are a lot of what we thought were sort of, what we call low-quality tornadoes. They're not really interceptable in the way we're going to get radars and pods into them. So we have some pretty snobby criteria for what we consider an acceptable tornado for our research. We went to the eclipse. It was nearby. Why not? This is it. We wanted this picture of a Dow with an eclipse there. So we thought, kind of a fishing expedition. You know, our radars aren't really designed to do solar physics or anything. But we thought, well, maybe we'll study what's going on with the boundary layer. You know, what happens when the eclipse crosses over. And some of it is, here's Captain Obvious. Well, gee, it's going to get cooler, duh. But again, here, this is supposed to be fishing expedition. But, maybe there's something interesting that happens there. We don't know, and it was pretty easy to do. And one of the interesting things is it's a really nice experiment. You can pick a really good place. The sun basically turns off and turns on fairly quickly compared to nighttime. The sun obviously sets every night, and the boundary layer gets cooler. But that's a slow process. Here, it's a much faster process of getting cool and getting fast and over a limited area. So who knows? Maybe we see something. So what we did is we set up a really nice laboratory experiment. This is the opposite of tornado chasing, where we're frantically, trying to get in play. We had hours and hours and hours to do this. So we set up 3 Dows. These circles represent our dual Doppler areas where we can best collect vector data. We found a very clear, flat area of eastern Wyoming. So not many trees, nothing else to contaminate the experiment. It was sort of the next best thing to really being able to do some science in a lab, which meteorologists just, unfortunately, rarely can do. So we set up a line of 15 pods right smack in the middle of that dual Doppler lobe. We launched weather, there's some of the pods. You see it's very clear, exposed area out there. We launched weather balloons from here. So we could look at the vertical structure both before, during, and right after the totality. So what did we see? Here's where I paused for 10 seconds because for some reason this next slide, oh, that was fast. So what do we see? So here's temperature change. And again, Captain Obvious is smiling. It got colder. There's totality. It got colder and colder. It still got colder a little after the max totality. That's the same as you'd sort of expect that. There's still negative balance there, just like it's colder at dawn, not at midnight. And the winds got a little bit weaker. These were winds at the Dow on the mast, so they're a little bit stronger because they're higher, but all the pods had winds that got weaker during the eclipse. So there, surprise. And this is a manual loop because we're really low tech. But on the left is reflectivity, and you'll see boundary layer rolls and everything in here, just from one of the Dows, and here's the Doppler structure. And I'm just going to go click through here and show you what happens, I think. There we go. So manual animation here. It's not keeping up. There we go. So you see there are boundary layer rolls, and basically boundary layer rolls. There's a weak boundary here. But when the eclipse, so the sun is starting to get obscured right around here. And you'll see basically the boundary layer rolls disappear soon. There they go. So they disappear. So they appear, they disappear, and you can see right during totality, the boundary layer structure really has changed and stabilized. And then it recovers again. And one thing that's interesting is this boundary here that is set up, and we don't know whether that was caused by the eclipse or would have been there anyway. And we're going to try to figure that out, but we haven't been analyzing that data because we've been looking at hurricane and other data. So anyway, so that's our experience in the eclipse. If anybody has ideas of things they want to look at in eclipse data, we really have an excellent, data set. We're probably not going to get a data set this good for decades because it was, again, Wyoming's a really good place to do a laboratory experiment because there's just very flat geography where we were able to do this. So that data set's sitting there for either our or future use someday. And now it's back to you again for more snow. More snow.
I think we're over-caffeinated this morning. It's going fast. So taking a step back a few years, we decided that we're going to show you we show you a lot of these pretty pictures and these quick looks of all the stuff that we do. But we also go back to the office and we analyze the data sometimes. So this is back in 2013 and 2014. I don't know if anybody remembers. We did this big project called OWLS, which was looking at lake effect snow up on Lake Ontario. So we were stationed up by Oswego, up by the Tug Hill Plateau, a really nice prolific region for lake effect snow. So we're finally finishing up analysis of that data. So just wanted to talk briefly about some of that. So I'm sure you guys all know what lake effect snow is, but just to be all inclusive here. So in the winter, right, we get these warm lakes, comparatively warm, and a lot of times the weather system set up so we're getting basically this cold air going over the warm lakes. And downstream of these lakes, Erie and Ontario in particular, this is Oswego over here, this is the Tug Hill up there, which you guys have probably heard a lot about this year because it was getting some good snow. Those are really good regions for setting up lake effect snow. So this OWLS project basically took place all winter 2013 and 14, basically looking at all these different events. The one thing that I was interested in is that there's these really narrow convective bands that set up in lake effect snow, much more so than these broad ones, and they have these cute little circulations in them, these little mesovortices that we're calling them. And some of these have hook shapes to them. They even have sometimes these clear eyes associated with them. So we're really interested in learning more about these, learning more about the precipitation structure with these, and what their impacts are. So looking at a particular case, this is about 12 hours of lake effect snow data over Lake Ontario. Here's your snow band, here's your velocity. You could really see these little scallops. You could see this mesovortex line developing here, which sort of goes away. And then eventually you see, so it sort of changes to this yucky snow band. But then it comes back, you have a really nice region of convergence and really nice mesovortices there as the snow band basically crashes on shore at that point. So looking at that, sorry. So really interested, that was sort of an exemplary one. We set up the radars really nicely. Again, this is Oswego, SUNY Oswego is there. And then we had another radar at this other site. So we had a really nice dual Doppler lobe over the lake. So looking at that mesovortex structure, that snowband structure for 12 hours. We also launched soundings, and we had pods there. None of those lost to sea at that point. So they were measuring winds and pressure and stuff as these mesovortices came ashore. So just going through this quickly, this is the dual Doppler analyses. Again, that's just looking at something from two different perspectives. So instead of looking at the Doppler winds, which we show all the time, this time we're actually looking at vector winds. So we're looking at horizontal winds, and then we're looking at vertical velocity. So this is where it's most active, right before it comes ashore. All these black circles there, that's vorticity. Those are all those mesocyclones that we're actually resolving in our dual Doppler analysis. And then the color here is just the reflectivity associated with it. So looking at cross sections through these, more mesocyclones. So these are looking at vertical cross sections. So what I showed you before, just looking at a plan view, now we're just slicing through them. And again, these black lines, if you could see those, and this is just time in UTC time, you could see these vorticity contours basically following these outlining these mesocyclones. So what's happening at this point is that initially, all these things are forming on the southern edge of the band. So initially, if you saw that loop, they're all on the southern edge of the band. And there's forming on a discontinuity between sort of the outflow of the storm and the warmer lake air that it's happening on. So they're right here. And then as time goes by, I didn't show you the synoptic situation. A big Arctic front is coming from the north, crashing into it. And the vortices actually start migrating to the north part of the band, where the convergence is happening associated with this Arctic front. So we see this convergence, again, being initially band south, going to band north. And correspondingly, the wind speeds are increasing. Also, the precipitation rates increasing with these mesovortices. So the other thing that happened is that two of the mesovortices hit, one hit the Dow in the pod and one hit another pod. And this is not as dramatic as getting a tornado hit by any stretch of the imagination. These mesovortices have winds of about, 40 miles per hour if you're lucky. Some of the high-end ones have winds of about 60 miles per hour. So they're actually pretty low-end in terms of circulations. But they do have a potential to have a lot of whiteout conditions associated with them. So when these mesovortices come through, there's a lot of whiteout, and people really are having a hard time with visibility. So not tornado-like, but still could pose some hazards, both with the wind and then also the increasing amount of precipitation. And this band passage, it takes about 15 minutes for it actually just to pass over. It passes over these things pretty quickly. So that's the exciting owls, finishing that up. The other project that we've probably talked about at some time or the other was the Pecan project, which happened in 2015. Again, we're just finishing up analyses of these projects, so we're beyond the pretty picture stage. In this case, we are looking at winds in these MCS systems, these nocturnal systems that often get their energy from above the boundary layer. So a lot of the CAPE, a lot of the energy that drives these is actually happening above the boundary layer, but there's a really big question of whether or not those winds make it to the surface. So if you have a really big, severe MCS coming through at night, a lot of times you see really strong winds on radar, but the forecasting question is, are those winds actually making it to the surface? And which of these MCSs actually have the potential for these winds to make it to the surface? So in Pecan, the punchline was, none of these MCSs had the winds to make it to the surface, but there's things to be learned from that. So for us, we had out, our usual suite of stuff. It was just sort of bringing that back. And of course, as all good field projects go, we're in places like South Dakota and Minnesota. But Minnesota had one of the best MCSs that we sampled in this Kansas-based Pecan project, I should say. And also, so did South Dakota. So from Minnesota, I know this is sort of the same type of thing for severe winds. Purple, good for wanting severe winds. So it obviously had purple and hatched, which is a good thing for this project. And we set up all our instruments, pods, everything like that, almost how we do for a tornado project if we're looking at things with dual Doppler. But in this case, we're just looking for the MCS to come rolling through this dual Doppler domain. So here's our dual Doppler domain. Here's the big MCS that came through Minnesota and then into Wisconsin. One thing you'll notice, our dual Doppler domain's there. The really good part of the MCS is that way, and also propagating that way. We're sort of in that odd part of the MCS where it's propagating southward. I'm saying that for a reason, because that ends up actually affecting us not getting any severe winds there. So we looked really, really hard. I tasked everybody at work, please find me winds that actually meet the severe criteria. And we barely found any. I'm joking that these are all, plastic lawn chair tipping winds, because that's about all they had the potential to do. But there were some that sort of barely met severe criteria, not even tipping, the table. But if you look at the severe storm reports, I was sort of cluing into what went wrong for us at least. So these, of course, are after they make the tornado. So here's all the wind reports. Here's our domain. Here's the rest of the wind reports. Unfortunately for us, but again, this is sort of something to learn, is that two things I think were working against us. First of all, I can't go back. First of all, the depth of our outflow or gust front was about 3 kilometers. So it was pretty deep. So we're probably not at that point getting much surface air. We're not getting much surface air in this in terms of instability. But the other problem with that is that our shear, so our shear with this was actually perpendicular to the MCS propagation. So in that case, we weren't able to sample the part that actually was able to make severe winds at the surface. Sort of the same punchline for South Dakota. This one actually had a minor tornado associated with it that nobody would have ever known about if pecan wasn't happening at the time. But here again is our setup here, messy looking system that somehow congeals a little bit right as it's going through our dual Doppler lobe. Again, this had a very weak tornado associated with it, but in terms of severe winds, trying to click here, but in terms of severe winds, it was the same lawn chair tipping problem that we had before, where we're still seeing pretty weak winds occurring during that storm as well. So again, what we've been looking at is the outflow. In this case, this actually had a shallower outflow, which would be more favorable for getting severe winds at the surface. And again, like I said, it did produce a tornado. So this one had a little bit more favorable conditions, but didn't produce a severe wind. So this one's a little bit more questioning, trying to figure out what went wrong during this case. I think the Minnesota case we have a pretty good grasp on, but this case we're still trying to figure it out. And that'll be my problem for March, I think. So that was pecan. That's the things that we've been working on, I guess, inside the office. And I think next I'm going to turn it to you to talk about... Oh, Vortex, I see. I have so much that we've been working on in the office. So there's another project called Vortex Southeast. And myself, Jim, and Josh have been working on the data that's been coming out of the Vortex Southeast project. So for those of you who don't know what that project is, it's looking at tornadoes and tornadic environments in Alabama, basically northern Alabama for the most part. So it's been going on for 3 years now. Trying to get some data there. I do like this picture of the radar in the cemetery. I think that was one of the better deployment sites for Vortex SE. But doing sort of the same things. There's a bunch of radars out there. They're not our radars. Oklahoma, Alabama are fielding radars. And then soundings and other type of stuff, looking at terrain effects and stuff. So we're looking at a few specific things. One of the things we're trying to do is we're trying to modify our techniques, these dual Doppler techniques. We always assume a flat surface in places like Alabama or other places in the southeast. There's certainly a lot more terrain associated with those places. So we're trying to see if we can modify our code to ingest terrain into it. So when we do these retrievals, we're actually taking into account these terrain motions. For example, there's some terrain out there called Sand Mountain. I just want to see if you're drinking. We have a drinking game about Sand Mountain. That's supposed to be the piece of topography out there. No, but places like that, we're trying to see if we could actually model that or use that and get good wind syntheses. The other things is looking at the downdrafts down there. So whether they're tornadic or not tornadic, comparing that to the downdrafts that we observe and look at in the plains to see if there's anything really different about what's going on down there. And then my favorite part is we're trying to provide input on how to best conduct some of these studies. So how to best actually bring out instruments and look at what's going on down there, given the challenges that you're looking in terrain and trees and stuff like that. So real quick, we're working on it. We're working on the retrieval technique. That's not a very interesting picture there. We've been using some of the data for vortex, where it's nice flat terrain. There's a little bit of terrain in Wyoming that we've been using. And we've actually been pretty good at getting some observed differences in these Doppler wind fields. The other thing is looking at downdraft characteristics. Most of the cases that have happened in Vortex SC have been pretty muddy in terms of they're not nice supercells. They're sort of these QLCS type things or these systems that are a little bit ill-defined. But they certainly have downdrafts and they have circulations associated with them. So looking at those in greater detail with these network of radars. So using the radars that we have, using their surface observations, we're just trying to ingest this data and learn more about that. This is just using hydrometer identification. So we have C-band, X-band, S-band radars down there, looking at all these different radars, looking at all these different hydrometer identification schemes, and seeing how that translates to what the thermodynamics of the downdrafts are as they reach the surface. So with that, now I'm done with everything we've been working on in the office, and I'll take you to talk about the C-band.
Okay, thanks. Watch out, there's a mouse back there. I moved your bags. An actual mouse, yeah. Wanted to see the talk, apparently. So an ongoing project, we're building a new Dow, and it's different than the other Dows. It's pretty exciting. It's going to be a C-band system, which means it has longer wavelength radiation. Now, just recycled old slide, because it really goes to the motivation of a lot of the design of what we're doing with this new sort of weirder Dow, is the whole point for the Dows is to get up and get fine resolution data. And you get fine resolution data two different ways. One is you can focus your beam, so the narrower the beam, the better. The second is you get up close. So you need to be mobile to get up close. I mean, it's just really rare that tornadoes or interesting weather is going to happen if you just sit here in the parking lot out there. Not many interesting storms are going to go by or close enough to you. But the other critical thing is to focus this beam really small. Now, it's tough to focus a beam really small. You see how big the Dow antennas are. They're 8 feet wide, and that makes a beam of about 1 degree wide. If you go to longer wavelengths, just because of physics, diffraction limit, you can't focus that beam nearly as wide. There are other systems around that are C-band systems. University of Oklahoma has a couple C-band radars, but they have 1.5 degree beams. So their beams, are 50% wider both ways. It's about 225% blurrier type of images. So if you want to get Dow-type resolution in a C-band, how do you do that? You need a bigger antenna. And the bigger antenna is going to only survive until you get to the first bridge. So that's a problem. So most mobile radars have been X-band because of that. So we basically have gotten 1 degree beams, just like the 88D. They're versatile, we get them around, but they struggle to see through precipitation. When we're looking at that hurricane, I was showing you the eye wall, and you couldn't really see the second band out there. It was completely invisible. We're completely attenuated. Those images Caryn just showed in Pecan, they're great for showing that leading edge and that surge coming through, and that's where a lot of the severe weather is. But in terms of looking at the entire MCS, hopeless. You just don't penetrate through with this X-band system. Supercells, you get a HP supercell, something like that, we see a hook and nothing else. I mean, it's a weird looking thing. Where's the supercell? It's just completely obliterated because due to attenuation. So C-band and S-band is what's been used for stationary radars, both research and operational. So the 88D network, of course, is S-band. That's terrific. It replaced a C-band because S-band's even better for penetrating through the precip. But they have huge antennas, so they're just completely impractical for getting them down the road. As I mentioned, there are some mobile C-band radars, but they're making some pretty big compromises in order to get a big benefit, which is that C-band radiation. So we are, and I just said have begun, we are in the middle of constructing a new C-band system. So the key characteristics are it's going to be C-band. It is going to have a 1 degree beam, and I'll show you how we're achieving that. It's going to have dual frequencies, the same way that Dows do. As you try to get dual polarization data, one of the problems is that, I can explain this later, but you have to scan slowly. And it's a real problem for research systems. If you're trying to look at rapidly evolving systems, you can't with standard dual polarization systems. 88Ds, they scan slowly. Even research radars like NCAR's S-Pol, which is up in Boulder right now doing some testing, it has to scan slowly to get good dual pol data. We avoid that, and we can scan twice as fast by using 2 frequencies. We're going to have we want it to operate in high wind. It's going to have very high-powered transmitters, 1 megawatt transmitters, so these are comparable to the 88D transmitters, so we can see clear air out to long, long ranges or cook hot dogs, whatever we want to do. But we also wanted to get to weather. We needed to get places quickly, so not like the 88D and not like S-Pol. And then we wanted to be able to set up quickly. One of the compromises is that we're not going to be tornado chasing in a traditional way with this particular radar. And then we also want it to be simple, just like the Dows. We can have students operate them in various kinds of projects. We don't need super skilled, 5 years of training kind of technicians to operate. So here is how it's going to work. This is what it looks like when it's driving, or I guess just parked, or it's past this guy. It's going to carry its antenna in 2 leaves. So it has this 12.5-foot antenna, but it's in 2 pieces. So we drive down the road, and that way we avoid that bridge problem. So there's the pedestal in the back, and it has these 2 leaves, and then you'll see this is a pretty critical part here. It carries its own crane. So when we park, basically, this crane, I'll show a couple details, basically is going to take those leaves, put them on the ground next to it, then we're going to bolt the antenna together, and then place it up there and scan away. And so now it's 16, 17 feet high, much too high to drive down the highway. And I think I have a slide that shows, maybe, whoop, unless that one takes a long time. I hate to click this multiple times. There we go. Well, there's a picture from the back. It's going to have this big antenna, and when we're out in a high wind, imagine this in 60, 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds. It's got a big sail up there, so we're going to have hydraulic feet that come out, so it's a much bigger footprint there. This is kind of a time-lapse before we had a design going on a truck, so you have to ignore this is on a trailer. But the idea is basically this crane here is operating and helping basically it takes a team of 2 to assemble it and then start scanning. It's going to take about 2 or 3 hours to set up, so it's still pretty mobile for projects like Owls. You could go out where your snowbands are going to go. You just deploy it a couple hours before the Dows go out. For a project like Pecan, you can do that. We're hoping to use it in the South American project called Relampago, where we're studying essentially Pecan-like stuff, big severe storms in South America. We'll just send it out, and it'll be stationary there for that day's operation, but we can move it from day to day. Basically, it's going to have a highly mobile mode where we redeploy every so often. Where we can redeploy every day, like in Pecan, Tilt. Even if you had a Vortex 2 type project, you could deploy it to where your target area is. You just have to get there a little sooner and hope you pick right. Every so often, you're going to pick wrong. And if you have Dows, you can say, oops, and move somewhere 50 miles away. With this, you're kind of committed to where you're going to go. So you will miss some cases that way. But for other projects like Pecan, it should be pretty useful. And then we have other projects where you might go and deploy it for a week to one place and then another place for another week to study different things because it's pretty mobile. And then lastly, there are a lot of projects we do where we keep the radars in the same place. We have a spring project this year in eastern Nebraska, which is going to be basically stationary. We're setting up multiple radars. We can do that. We had a winter project when Caryn was saying our radars weren't available in 2017 for much tornado chasing. Literally one was buried behind a 30-foot high snowdrift up on a mountain in Idaho, 30 feet high. We have pictures of it. It's quite impressive. And I think June 30th, early July. When did we get it out? Anyway, the June-July border is when they finally got a snow blower kind of thing up there that was big enough to get through that snowdrift. But we do a lot of projects that are quasi-stationary like that. So that's the plan with that, and we hope to have it ready this summer. And that's just a nerdy diagram showing how we get 2 frequencies going. So I'll skip over that. It's hardly readable. And we have 2 upcoming projects which have been proposed. You want to? I'll do them quick. 5 minutes. All right. So there's 2 projects that are kind of fun that we may or may not do. These are projects that have been proposed by these other teams of scientists there. One's called RADFire, which is basically a wildfire study. The idea is to take Dows and aircraft out and look at fires. So click. There we go. These are just diagrams from their proposal, so it's a little hard to read, but this is the West Coast, and this is where there's a lot of fires, so that's going to be the study area. And the idea is to set up dowels and other ground-based instruments, as you can see with these dots, and then have an aircraft fly back and forth, and that's the plume of the fire as seen from space, I guess. And what kind of things do we see? This is just some relatively boring data and a relatively boring fire, but Caryn and I went up to Nederland, which is just west of Boulder, 2 summers ago, 10 July, and we're just taking RHIs through a fire plume. And they look kind of like thunderstorm plumes. You can imagine there's a big source of buoyancy and moisture down in the boundary layer. That fire is making tons of water, tons of heat, and you get these big updrafts coming through. Sometimes in the bigger ones, they really get into making precipitating type cumulus clouds. This one did not, but still it made cumulus and it made big updrafts. So that's the kind of thing we want to see, and we can, if we set up multiple radars, we can map out the vector winds and see what's driving these fires. The second project, we're calling it Precip because the other, I don't even know how to pronounce the other names in the other languages. This is Taiwan, and this is the tail of Japan. Japan's kind of here, and these are the little tail islands there. And the idea is to have aircraft and radars, dowels basically on Taiwan. I think there's a map here. So the idea on Taiwan is to put multiple dowels, also put a dowel on the westernmost island in Japan, which is right off Taiwan, and watch typhoons and other rainstorms come through. Basically, all these circles are sort of dual Doppler lobes. They'll have aircraft flying around trying to study typhoons. There are a lot of typhoons that hit Taiwan. It's a great laboratory for just doing this kind of experiment because you get more than you do in the US. Obviously, it's much more difficult to get out there and much more expensive. And so that project is proposed for 2020 if funded. So that fire project and the opposite of fire, the typhoon project, are 2019, 2020, maybe. We just don't know. It just depends on scientific reviews and funding. And I think that's it. Yes. All right, so that's what we did and what we're doing. Done. If you have questions, I think we ended a little early. Yeah. You want to stand up and answer too? Shorter answer is I don't know. I expect that they do not have much. Well, they certainly don't go through the depth of the convective column. I mean, I'd be surprised if they went up higher than 500 meters where the wind max is, right? Yeah, but in this particular case, we were only scanning at one level rapidly, so we don't know. Probably pretty shallow. Some of them were pretty persistent. They were lasting hundreds of seconds, which doesn't sound, but several minutes long, which is pretty important because they're going, again, over 100 miles an hour, so they cover a lot of territory. Yeah?
So when you got that dowel stuck in the snow in Idaho, did you get any data that would let you compare the processes of mountain convective snowstorms to the lake effect ones?
So we are not analyzing that data. They're a team of scientists. So there's some projects we go out, and Caryn and I and Jim Marquis, as she was talking about, are leading the analyses there. There are other projects where these other teams are really leading those analyses. Those teams from University of Colorado, University of Wyoming, the key thing they were looking at was the effect of cloud seeding on the snow, whether it was causing snow. And the interesting result, which I was surprised at, was yes, it was. You could actually see the effects of the cloud seeding, and there's some pretty dramatic little spots of reflectivity that you're seeing after the aircraft goes through. The aircraft basically sends little pulses of silver iodide, and you basically see these little pulses of reflectivity right after the aircraft goes through. It's quite dramatic. We didn't show that loop. I think we showed it last year, so I don't know if that was taped. But they also have a paper in PNAS, Proceedings of the Natural Academy of Sciences, that I think recently came out that shows some of that. Now, I don't think they've gotten to the point where they can prove that it made useful snow. I mean, we know it made reflectivity, but whether that was, this much extra snow at a cost of, $1 million, I don't know, right?
Yes is the answer. I think they're leaning towards yes.
They're leaning towards
I've been
yes.
looking at some of the preliminary results, and
Oh,
in terms
okay.
of measurable snow on the ground, I think it doesn't equate to too much.
It does not equate to too much. So the answer is okay. Yeah. So I mean, I went into this project being a skeptic that we'd see anything. You know, I thought there'd be tons of statistical analysis showing that you had 1/10 of a dB more, you know, reflectivity when the plane was up. In fact, there was some dramatic evidence that the plane was doing something. So I'll retreat, but I'm still skeptical that it's worth it. You know, and so I was always joking afterwards about, you know, how many dollars per snowflake, you know, is that costing? I don't know. It's a tough problem, but very important to them. I mean, obviously, you know, the agriculture in Idaho depends on that spring runoff. So if they can do something, it'd be pretty valuable. Yes? Is that sort of summarizing? I haven't read the paper. So.
I think I saw it.
What did you see in the lake? Did you see anything visually in these mesovortices with the lake effect snow?
Yeah, white. Lots of white. Yeah, so for the most part, these are sort of funny. I always say hurricanes happen at night. These mesovortices always seem to happen, they're pretty diurnal, when they actually occur, that they've been happening most at nighttime. I think Paul, if he's here or not here, Paul's here. Paul was in one of the radars, I know, and he got hit by one of those mesovortices at one point that actually stopped the radar from spinning. What? Well, yeah, I mean, most of these aren't very strong either, so I think you're blowing just a lot of snow in a small area. What's your skeptical comment?
Oh no, so the problem is, yeah. First of all, it's mostly at night. I mean, this is January. Yeah. This is January in Upper New York, so most of the 24-hour cycle is at night. Second, this is really heavy snow, whether you're in the band, so it's almost zero visibility anyway. Then it's blowing 30 miles an hour, even if you're not in the mesovortex. So you're in a ground blizzard. So all those things conspire that what could you see? Now, it's almost saturated. I mean, I think it's possible that these are, you know, if you took away all those conditions, maybe there would be little water spouts visible in condensation. But how can you see condensation when you're in a ground blizzard? So.
And it is saturated.
Yeah, and it's saturated, right? And similarly with these hurricanes, right? I mean, you know, sure, maybe these little vortices are making condensation to the ground, you know, so it would look tornado or waterspout-like. On the other hand, it's completely opaque. Once you get to 40 meters per second, it's not a ground blizzard, but it's a ground, you know, there's blowing spray, which is essentially making it very low visibility because water is shedding off of trees and objects and stuff like that over about 40 meters per second. It's probably the mouse. I will say one thing, though. At one point, I know I took one of those vortices and calculated just from cyclostrophic pressure balance, you know, what the millibars down would be. And it was down a few. I mean, you would expect some depression of the condensation level, so maybe there's a funnel with them.
I mean, they have about a 2 millibar, 1 to 2 millibar.
No. Caryn says 1 to 2 millibars. So there you go. We have the number. So
yeah.
Sure, that does make maybe a little funnel, but not much. Yes, way over there. Oh, so in Nebraska, the project is called GrainX, and that's a project like this Snowy project where we're basically providing the radar for other researchers. And what they are doing is looking at and I think we talked about this last year also, that's why we weren't showing it again. But they're looking at the effects of irrigation on the evolution of the boundary layer and also in the behavior of storms as they cross through eastern Nebraska. So we're setting up 3 radars. NCAR is setting up a lot of flux stations to measure fluxes in the boundary layer. We're launching, between NCAR and CSWR, we're launching 1,200 soundings. I mean, a huge number of balloon launches. So anybody downstream in Iowa, you can collect sondes this spring. We're just going to see what the effects are. So we're setting up in eastern Nebraska near the boundary between where they irrigate and don't irrigate. And we're just operating every day from pre-dawn to post-dusk to see what happens. Sort of summarizes it? Yeah. Lots of sound, I mean, amazing number of soundings. Yes?
You've got the gals on the ground, you've got aircraft in some case
in what kind of weather? I think it is. So GrainX, certainly drones are not one of the main thrusts of that project. I think unofficially, the University of Nebraska, I imagine with CU, right, with the University of Colorado, is going to fly some drones out there, but they weren't part of the real funded project. And that's a case where, sure, I mean, we care about the thermodynamic properties in the boundary layer, so you're flying a sonde around. It'll be great to have some of that. And it's fairly quiescent, at least through a chunk of the day, so you can fly them around. I don't know how long those drones can stay up, but yeah, if they can stay up a couple, the longer the better flying around, because this is sort of long, all-day monitoring of the boundary layer. So that's a great project where you could do it. These severe ones, it's a lot less practical with what you typically think of. You're not going to fly a quadcopter, around a supercell very well, or in a hurricane or in an MCS. Some of these environments, you either would need a much more ambitious, and constrained kind of UAV program. Yeah, it's difficult to do that in those, the more severe the weather gets, the harder it is to do. But this GrainX project would be a perfect case. You also could look at the environment. And so there are proposals, even when you have severe weather, that you can sample the environment. And the analog is kind of like what the G5 does in hurricanes. It's not penetrating the precip, but it's sampling the environment. And that's, I think, actually more important than these storm penetration planes that are going through. So. Other questions? Yes. So Hurricane Harvey, if you go to the AMS website and look at monthly weather review, early online release, just Google it or something. Well, or if we just put it on our website, but we haven't done that, and we're not doing that in the next hour. No, we should have it linked to our website, but we just don't yet. So for now, if you just Google, if you go to monthly weather review at the American Meteorological Society and look at early online releases, this paper, I don't remember the title, but it says something about Harvey and fine scale vortices and damage, something of that sort. Or Google our names, you'll find it. Caryn and I are the authors. Well, we never analyze all the data that we collect, so forever. And some of it we do pretty quickly. So Hurricane Harvey, we had a special grant. NSF awards these grants called Rapids. And the idea is to get the funding quickly, do a mission that's pretty urgent, and then analyze that data pretty quickly. So that's really fast for us that we have something in publication just a few months after an event. Typically, it happens, depressingly slowly. So Caryn was talking about this data from owls collected in 2014. So it's 2014, and we are hoping to submit for publication in a couple weeks. So we have a paper that's basically done, and we just have to pass it through the authors for reviewing. But that's 4 years to get it submitted, and then probably another year to get it published. So that's 5 years delay. We're still working on Vortex 2 data that's 10 years old. Coming up on 9 years old. Coming up on the 9th anniversary of Vortex 2, and we're still analyzing that kind of data. So it varies from months to years, but usually a few to several years. Mostly it's caffeine, I think. So we have 10 or 11 people at CSWR. Some of those projects, other people are analyzing that data. So Snowy, for example, it's other teams of scientists. We're helping them, but the main heavy lifting is being done by those other scientists. GrainX will be like that. But yeah, the reason it takes a few years sometimes is because it's hard to get time to do it. I mean, we wish we had done the owls stuff sooner. Our grant is done, So we wish we had done that a couple of years before, but we were busy doing all these other things, so things always get put as second and third priority. So it is a treadmill of trying to keep up with those. Other question? Yes.
Of the pods that were destroyed, were you able to like glean anything from that, or is it mostly they just got nailed by debris?
So we have data in them up until they got hit by debris or tipped over and smashed kind of thing. And the data from those is useful. We used it a little bit to look at surface roughness. Yeah, so we were able to look at the speeds that they were measuring compared to the Dow, compared to the radar, to see what kind of environments they were in. The winds are much less in a hurricane, unlike what Caryn was showing in a tornado. The winds are much less at 1 meter than they are aloft. So in fact, in that paper, we calculate what the winds were actually at 1 meter, which lofted those cars, and the winds are only 35 meters per second, roughly, probably, that's doing that. Now, of course, that's really extreme. I mean, 35, that's a 70-mile-an-hour wind, at chest height, right? That knock you flat, right? When you're in a 70-mile-an-hour wind, you're not really getting 70 miles an hour, right? So this was a 145-mile-an-hour wind, and it meant you were getting 70, right at the ground. We estimate, again, we don't have a reading right at the car, but that's what we think based on our other anemometer measurements at different heights. Yes?
What wind speed did it take to knock over a pod?
We think it took an object. We think they got smashed. One of them was smashed and the other was knocked over. But the instruments in them look like they were smashed. We infer that they were smashed by objects. And unfortunately at the airport where we just weren't thinking right. And I think we got complacent because we've been in so many hurricanes in previous years where there wasn't a lot of flying debris. And so our deployment site at the airport was south of a lot of airport structures, and airport structures are poorly constructed, as you know. And so there was just a lot of flying aluminum. Fortunately, none of it hit the Dow, but I know I saw flying aluminum pass within tens of meters of us pretty frequently during the night.
Have you thought about wind tunnel testing? See what it takes to knock over a pod?
Yeah, we thought about it. We've never done it. I think it would take a lot, and we think the tipping threshold is probably above the airborne debris threshold. So it hasn't meant that much to us. But sure, we could put one in it. If the wind tunnel has to make a lot of wind at 1 meter to do that, so it might, maybe it would take 50 meters per second at 1 meter to do that. But by that point, you've lofted junk. So those Jersey barriers are flying.
I was saying the winds the pods on the bridge were not well placed.
Yeah,
in terms of tipping.
true. The ones that we lost on the bridge were due to incompetence. Yeah, we basically did not strap them down.
We put them on the railings.
We put them on a fat railing and didn't strap them down because we were very rushed, and this is a very ad hoc mission, unfortunately. And so next time, but unfortunately for scientific purposes, I mean, it's good for coastal communities, but unfortunately for scientific purposes, these are fairly rare events to get both that intensity, but also have one that is intensifying and has an active eye wall as it makes landfall. I mean, almost all the time these storms are quite sick in their final 12 hours of approaching the coast, and the winds are much less than I'll say advertised. The actual winds at the surface are much less than advertised. Where? Oh, yes. That is what scientists probably spend 20% of their life doing. That's really important.
The logo is second to that.
and the logo, yeah. Some of these projects, and I mean, it's just ridiculous. Emails are flying around with competing logos, and whose instrument should be in the logos. I noticed there's no Dow in that precip one, but there's an aircraft flying around, and I feel insulted, right? So, anyway, and some are better than others. So, ours have been, I think, medium. I mean, ones like Vortex, that's pretty clever, Lobsters, we like Lobsters is pretty good, Yeah, we try to come up with good logos, but they vary. Anybody have a good idea for this new C-band one? So far we have Cow, C-band on wheels, and with ideas of painting it, black and white, splotchy, and Crow, C-band radar on wheels. Any other bad ideas? Those are the two bad ones we have, yeah.
I think the Cow is winning.
Cow might be winning. Yeah, so. This cow will not fly, I don't think. So. We have not wind tunnel tested a Dow either, but it would take a lot, I think. So, I mean, Dows have been hit by pretty strong winds on occasion and had no airborning kind of problems. Our worst was probably back in 2004, and even though it did damage to the Dow and ripped the door off and stuff, it didn't make the vehicle go airborne. It's got a lot of heavy weight low now, so it's pretty tough. Okay, you're up here with the hook, is that?
All right.
And there's a Dow out in the parking lot, so go out and see it. Paul and Mayanna, they were there. We'll be out there showing it. So.
Great. All right. Yes, definitely visit the Dow. Josh and Caryn, thank you very much. If you go out the door here and take a right to the north parking lot, you'll see the Dow sitting out there. Okay, folks, it is lunchtime, and we're going to ask that you be back by 12:45, a little short one this year. They do have their lunch stuff set up over here. It's actually really good and really fast, too. So we'll see everybody back at 12:45.